All right. Welcome back to Hanger 51. So I'll bet Shadow will be the first one in the room. My man. No, look at, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I stand, maybe, am I standing? Nope, Shadow's right. And Shadow's first one in the room. Yeah, Mike Bird, what's up? Good to see you. Brian Chambers, good to see you, man. I've seen you in a couple other people's shows lately, but I haven't seen you in mine. Miss you, buddy. Glad you're here. Steve George, welcome. I don't know who you are, but welcome to the show. I need to move my computer. It's blocking my screen. That's going to screw things up. Um, yeah, I have to move that computer over a little bit. So anyway, we got a lot to talk about, guys. Holy crap! We've had all kinds of bombs hit the airways. all in the in timing, huh? Yeah, I guess that's true. Hang on one second. I gotta move my computer over just a little bit. Blocking my screen here. Probably really didn't affect the camera too much. But if it did, it would be in a good way. Let me look. Yeah, it's better. Perfect. Now I can see. Yeah, that didn't affect the camera any. We're good. So I got two cameras. No camera it would have affected is this one. And the camera where the other camera is the one right there in the picture. Right there. You just see the top of it. That camera's sitting right in front of the. This is the camera that's on board the laptop. Which isn't too bad, actually. It's a good picture. It depends on the lighting. Actually, this camera's better in low lighting. And then this camera's a little better in high lighting like this. It's a little clearer. But they're both pretty good cameras. This was a very good buy, this laptop. This is the one I bought a few years ago. And I used to do my show from my ex-wife's apartment. And we, at Christmas time was great last year. And it's been a very good laptop. The new one I just bought sucks. It's a piece of crap. Worst $150 I've ever spent in my life. It really, it's working, but not very well. But I got in the house. I'm using it for my TV camera or TV laptop, and it works for that okay, I guess. Not great, but okay. I got the good one out here, so I can have better shows for you guys. Yeah, Brian, I'm glad you're back, man. I miss you. You're a good guy. Really like having you in the show. Like everybody in the show, but I have been missing you. So let's see. Remember us mess with the heli break loose the stream bus mini. Shadow, I don't know what that meant. I have no idea what that meant. You see a box. Good eye. Mike, look at Mike Bird, boy. He catch that. And there's a box in the background. Wonder what's in the box. Wow. We're going to talk about that. Yeah, actually, though, this good one was not that much more expensive. I think this one was only like a 190 or 220. It was maybe $60 more or something like that. It wasn't that much more. But what a difference in the price. Had I known that this was going to be, they told me this is a streaming laptop and good for streaming and all that crap, and so that's why I bought it. And it ain't good for shit. So it works, but it just it would work better with Windows 95 or 8.1, 8.2, any of those. Not 10. Windows 10 and 11 suck on it. It just hasn't got the smoke to run it. But anyway, yeah, a couple years ago when I bought that other computer, Shadow, that's how much it was. Yeah, it was. I went right to. I bought it at Staples. Walked in and bought it. Took it home. This one I ordered online. I forget where I got it from. I don't remember. But anyway, yeah. So this computer, this is a Levelon, whatever that is, Leveleron, whatever. That's what this one is. The other one's an HP. And I've got all these HP computers that I love that work great. This is my eBay $80 17-inch screen, Windows 10, plays. It's got a DVD deck in it, so it'll play DVDs, CDs, any of that. I love this computer. It works great. It does a better job of streaming than the new one I bought. And this thing's ancient. I mean, this still has a modem port. I think it's got 4 USB ports. You have 4 USB ports, an Ethernet port, a serial port, a parallel port, an external monitor port. I can read every kind of card known to man in this thing. It's got a SD card slot, and I mean, it's got everything. This is an amazing, and I paid $80 for it, and I love this computer. It's very heavy, but it works great. It's an HP. I forget what model it is. I don't know. Does it say on it here? Pavilion Entertainment PC. I don't know. So that's been a really good computer. I love that one. And I only bought that. That's the one I take to the field. If you guys were at Bigfoot, I was playing movies on my big screen in the back of the trailer. And that's the computer that was running the movie. That's what I bought that for. It's the only reason I bought it. $80. I bought it just to play DVDs. That's all it was for. Okay, this is the one. This computer is more than 10 years old. This is the one I used to use in my living room. And it's been working great all these years. And then just recently, it has 3 USB ports. And just recently, 2 of the ports died. So I'm down to 1 usable USB port. So that means I have to run some kind of card or something. And then the big problem is that both Chrome and Firefox are not supporting anything below Windows 10. And this computer does not have the smoke to run Windows 10. So they're not supporting it. You can't even download it. Well, you can. I found out. So this computer, I loaded AVG, the software, the antivirus software. So I put AVG on here, and they have their own window browser. So I loaded their browser, and it was working pretty good. Well, I tried to load Chrome, and it wouldn't let me. There's just no way. But they saw that I was using AVG's browser. So they said, hey, you should update to Chrome. And then it would let me update to Chrome that runs on 8.1. And I was like, oh, you wouldn't let me do it on my own, but now you'll let me do it to get me off of AVG's browser. So, but now I get hammered with constant nag screens that I should upgrade to Windows 10. Well, this won't run Windows 10. But this has been a very good computer. This is one of my favorites. I love this one. And that's why I've updated it, and it still works. But it won't work out here. I'm thinking about putting this one back in the living room. We're running Windows 8 again, because I think this will work better than the new one I bought that I've got in the living room now. So there's a chance I'm going back to that one. We'll see. Now, this is the one I was running out here and this is also an 8.1, another HP. That was an HP. And this is the one that keeps getting hacked. I have no idea what's going on. with this particular computer. The only thing I can think of possibly is this is a touchscreen. So maybe through because even when it's not hooked to the internet, the hacker still gets in. So I'm thinking that he's getting in through Bluetooth, and the reason he can hack is because it's a touch screen, and whatever screen he's touching transfers to my screen, and that's where the hack is. So this is, but he can't hack it if I'm using it in the house. It's only out here in the garage. So that's the problem with this one, is the hack. But they all three still work very well, but just not well enough because of everybody. This is the problem I had when I worked for my brother. We hired that Ken guy that wanted to upgrade our software, and his answer to everything was, well, people just have to buy new computers. No, that's not the answer. That's not the right answer. People aren't going to buy new computers just to run your software. I have news for you. Your shit's not that good. It's good, but it ain't that good. Let me go back to the good camera. So, that's not the answer. He's trying to sell. We wrote software for mechanic shops, automotive mechanic shops, and it was a system that would email you when you needed it would automatically keep track of your files, and if you needed an oil change, it would automatically print the card, and when you come in the morning, you just take the cards out of the printer and put stamps on them and put them in the mailbox. Every day, whoever needed an oil change, it would automatically print the card, you just mail it. Things like that, all kinds of ways to run the shop. And his plan, and his was so gooey that it required, an upgraded computer. And I told him people that fix cars for a living aren't going to spend money on computers. They spend money on things that fix cars, scan tools, alignment machines, tire machines, that kind of stuff, because that's what pays the bills. So you're not going to get anybody to spend the kind of money you want to spend to run our software and a brand new computer. Not going to happen. So my brother agreed with me, and we had to take all the GUI out of his to make it run on old machines, and it ran perfect on old machines when you turn the GUI off. It was just running a DOS-based system that worked perfect. So that's how we fixed that. But anyway, so that's where we were with the computers. All right, so some more people have joined. I saw Victor. Welcome. JCB, how you doing? Good to see you. Who else is here? I saw a few more happy faces here. Craig Bevan, what's up? How you doing, man? See you in here. Who else is in here? I think I've got everybody else. If I missed you, raise your hand. It's good to see Mike Bird back. Glad he's here. We just need we need Mike Bear, and we need Ken Bird. I haven't seen Ken Bird in forever. I don't know what happened to him. Yeah. Well, not anymore, Shadow. This computer works perfect. I bought this one. I don't know. It's been a couple of years. We walked into Staples and bought this one a couple of years ago, and it's been great. And it's the first and only laptop I own, and I have at least a dozen laptops, guys. And it's the first and only one I own that does not have a DVD drive in it. That was a requirement. Okay, I wanted a computer that would work off the internet. If I can't use it off the internet, I don't want it. So, but now it's almost impossible to get one that has a DVD drive unless you order it, and then it's pricey as hell. And is Dave going to show up? Really? That'd be wonderful. I wish he'd just call me, send me a text message. I keep reaching out to him, and I don't get a reach back, so I don't know. he did reach back when I asked him if he was mad at me, and he says, "No, man. Why would you think I'm mad at you? No, I'm not mad at you." I said, "Well, you don't talk to me." So anyway, so yeah, I hope he does. I hope he comes back. It'd be good to see him. Um, I'm going up north. Anybody live in North Carolina, West Virginia? That has an extra room for a night. I bought my 4-post lift for the garage. I have to go pick it up. It's in West Virginia. Oh no, that's not in West Virginia. That's in Georgia. I bought a new tailgate for my truck that I ruined, and it's in West Virginia. So I got to go up to West Virginia to get a tailgate for my truck, and then come back to Georgia and pick up my 4-post lift. So that's going to happen next week sometime. So anyway, so that's what I'm hoping for. Looking forward to that. It's been a uh-oh. God, I bet that's screwing that up. Well, anyway. Yeah. So anyway, that's what's new this week as far as that goes. We're gonna get my 4-post lifts coming. Already paid for it. Paid for the tailgate. Next week I got to go pick them both up. So we'll see what happens. All right. So let's see. I think let's talk about. I don't know where to start because there's so much I need to cover and everybody's not here yet, and it's very important stuff. All right, I'll let you guys vote. Do you want to hear about planes that are on sale for 2 more days first, or do you want to hear you want to hear the update on the Bigfoot trophies for Bigfoot coming up in October, or do you want to hear about how Horizon Hobbies' new full throttle program really sucks? So which one you want to go with? The program sucks, update on the trophies, or update on all of it? Yeah, well, we're going to get to all of it. Just need to know which one to start with. Yeah, I just want to know what order to put them in. So Steve says Horizon Hobby. Okay. Brian says he wants to know about the sailplanes. And Shadow just tells me to start. Thanks, Shadow. That helps. All right. It doesn't really matter, I guess, because I'm going to have to repeat it all anyway. Philip, what's up? Good to see you, man. So I guess, well, Steve's new here. I'm going to give Steve, since he was the first one to speak up. So let's go with Horizon Hobby. So I don't know if you guys have been elite members or not. The elite program I thought was fantastic. Was well worth the money spent. You got priority shipping, 2-day shipping, no minimum buy. You could buy a $2 part and they'd ship it the next day, 2-day shipping. You got 30% off one item per year. Doesn't matter how big the ticket item was. You get 30% off, which was huge. You got priority shipping on everything you bought, 2-day shipping with no minimum, all kinds of stuff. It was a very good program. Well, they didn't even ask us or tell us, and they didn't even honor the fact that your date, mine expires in October. They didn't wait till October to turn mine on. They just updated me to the full throttle program, and I lost all my privileges of the elite program. So I'm not going to get my 30% off on a single biplane. I can't buy I always wait to see if there's something new coming out to the last minute, and then if not, I'll buy something that I like. But in case something new came out that I really wanted, I would save my 30% for that. Well, nope, I lost my 30%. It's gone. Yep, even on stuff under $100. Yeah. Yeah, all that's gone. You lost all that. Now you got to buy a program. This new full throttle program. You have to get the first gear, which doesn't give you shit. You have to spend $1,000 a month. $999 a month, and that gives you 30 days to use your points. They're not in your bank for until you want to use them. You only get to keep them in your bank for 30 days. That's it. Then you lose them. So you got to spend $1,000, $999, to get that wonderful privilege. No priority shipping as far as next day, 2 day. That's gone. You do get first come, first serve though. In other words, if you order an airplane and somebody that's not on the plan orders an airplane, regardless which order went in first, if you're a member, you get first delivery and he has to wait. Big deal, you know. So that doesn't impress me. You're only going to get 20%, or I think, wait a minute, let me look. It might be only 10% on purchases of Spectrum radios and batteries only. Okay, it's not everything in the store. It's only on Spectrum stuff. 20%. Yeah, instant 20% savings on Spectrum only. Batteries, chargers. Oh, that doesn't even say radios. Just batteries and chargers. That's the only thing you're going to get the 20% on. You only get a 3% on anything else you buy. Okay. Then the next level is up to $2,499. So you got to spend over a month. It goes every month. If you don't spend that much that month, again, you start over. You lose everything, got to start over. So now, if you have to spend $2,499 to get the second gear, and that gets you 4% rebate on purchases, 25% discount on Spectrum batteries and chargers. Again, no priority shipping. Only the priority is if you order it and somebody that is not on the program orders it, you get priority over him. But that's it. No 2-day. It's going to come 4-day, 5-day smart posts. No FedEx unless it has to go for it. FedEx. Before you could request 2-day FedEx home delivery and get it. Not anymore. That's gone. And then if you spend over $2,500 a month, okay, you get the ultimate, which is 7% off on purchases. You have 120 days. Oh, you have 60 days. Oh no, I'm wrong. It's 90 days. You have 90 days to redeem your points, or you lose them. If you spend $2,500, $2,499, you get 90 days to redeem it, and then you lose it. But if you go with the full Mac Daddy and spend $2,500 or more a month, you get 7% off on your purchases. You get 120 days to redeem your points. Again, it's only 120 days, not till you use them. And you get a 30% off Spectrum batteries and chargers. And other than being alerted ahead of time on new stuff, that's it. Those are your perks, guys. That's the big savings, the big deal at Horizon Hobby, which totally puts me out of the plan. I'm not going to spend anywhere near that kind of money at Horizon. So I'm out. They lost an elite customer for their full throttle program because I'm not going to be a part of that. I can't afford that. I can't afford to spend $1,000 a month just to get into the baseline program, which sucks. And I'm certainly not going to spend $2,500 a month to get into the Top Gear program. So yeah, so that whole thing's off for me. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that's just not even in the cards for me. Just terrible. Well, and that's the other thing too. Horizon Hobby taxes everything. So, and that's a perfect lead-in. Thank you for that. I saw that. Hang on, let me just check everybody's posts here. Oh well, you're a vet, so you get that anyway. Well, that's good. Yeah, that's a nice perk for you, and you deserve that. So that's good. Absolutely, you deserve that one, Shadow. So good for you. Um, well, yeah, Brian, and it is all about the money. And now they absolutely, if you're not spending all your money with them, and they're really pushing their batteries and chargers, which are way overpriced and not that great. Um, I have a few of the Spectrum smart packs, and one of them went dead in like 2 months. One of them failed, so they're not that great, and they're way overpriced. So they're not going to get my business on that stuff. And how many chargers can you buy? I mean, really, do you have to buy a charger every month? What the hell good is that? And I'm surprised you're not including the radios. You're not even getting discounts on the radios. Just batteries. So yeah, 7% is crap. So yeah, so the segue into that is Hobbyzone right now is still running the end of summer special that Horizon was running. It's the same airplanes, most of the same prices, but that's still going on, I guess, till the end of the month. So you got 2 more days at Hobbyzone. Hobbyzone does not charge you sales tax when you buy from them, so you don't pay tax at Hobbyzone. You can still get the end of summer special, up to $200 off on most of the products that they had at Horizon. I see a few of them have changed, but a lot of them are still there. That's good for at least 2 more days because it's a August special, so they're running it to the end of August. So you got 2 more days to pull the trigger on that. So I would definitely go to Hobbyzone and see if there's anything there that you might want to purchase and get a discount on, because um, there's some good deals out there still, and you don't pay sales tax at Hobbyzone. So, which leads me to a sidestep here. We're going to talk about the hanger, the lift I bought. I called 5 different lift companies, and all of them ship out of the exact same warehouse. One company told me that they didn't have that one in stock, but they could upgrade me to another one. It's at a different warehouse. Another guy told me that it was in stock and gave me a discount code to get it down another $135. Then the next place I called gave me that same deal. He said it was in stock and could give me the 135 deal down to. So I'm paying 25. I paid 25.6405. That's how much I paid for the lift. It's a 4-post lift. It's the brand is K-Tool. They were trying to. The one guy was trying to send me over to buy a one called Triumph, which I'd heard the name. So I did a little comparison. One of the things, guys, you can always check on something like that is shipping weight. Okay, so if one lift weighs 300 pounds less than another lift, what does that mean? Well, to me, it means they're using lesser grade steel, either a thinner steel, less, quality. If it's 300 pounds lighter, then that weight went somewhere. So I'm guessing it's not as sturdy, it's not as strong as the one that weighs 300 pounds more for the same price. So I was out on that one. And then but none of them are charging me shipping. None of them, except one. And then one of the companies I called, no discount, same lift, the same K-Tool lift, come out of the same warehouse, no extra 135 off, and he wanted to charge me sales tax. And I was like, okay, goodbye. Roach Coach, what's up? Mike, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Wow, we got 16 people in here. Good job, guys. Thank you. Um, so yeah. So again, Verizon's charging a sales tax, which is bullshit. So go to Hobbyzone. if you want to get in on that last minute deal, because they're still running the end of summer sale. So there's still a lot of stuff on sale there. I think it's good for 2 more days. So I would go. I'd go check that out. All right, and yeah, we're all going. We're going flying tomorrow too. They're gonna have a cookout at the field tomorrow. Barbecue, I guess. Wiggs, what's up? Good to see you, man. So yeah, I'm going flying tomorrow too. So I got a few airplanes to work on tonight to go flying tomorrow. So I should go put that radio on charge. I'll go get that at the end of the show and put that in charge. So anyway, all right. So that brings us to number 3, which is, what was the third one I wanted to talk about? We did the Clayton's on sale, and we did the Horizon Hobby full throttle deal. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, you're already on tomorrow. Yeah. Mating some new birds today. So good for you, man. So far so good. Good. No crashes. Good job. Good job. What was the third thing I was going to talk about? Well, let me look at my the Hobbyzone. The trophies for Bigfoot. So I told hey, what's up, David? Crystal, how you doing? Good to see you. So I told you guys, if you've been to Bigfoot or you're going to go to Bigfoot, you know that Scott Settle is the guy running the show. So I told him I'd print him trophies. So here's a look at the trophies. This is the base, okay, and then there's going to be a Bigfoot standing on the base, okay. And then I printed, believe it or not, I couldn't believe they printed. I printed this tiny little airplane, or a little bit bigger. I have these 2 little airplanes, okay, and I'm going to bring them closer to the camera, but I'm going to put one of these 2, and you guys can help me decide, which one is he going to be holding? The big one like this, as he's walking across, or the littler one? Okay, because I'm going to drill a hole in his hand and then stick the airplane in his hand. So I got to print these little airplanes, and I don't know which one to print. The little tiny one here, or the big one. So you guys vote. So Mike Bird says big. Okay. The big one flies better. So David said that. Yeah. So here's a close up. Hang on a minute. And I want you to pay particular attention to the tail feathers, because they're so thin, they're almost see-through. If you notice, there's no blue color really in the wings or the tail feathers. But look at these. These are so tiny. And I printed this in PET G because there's probably no way it would survive in PLA. Hang on a minute. I'm trying to get it so you can see the tail feathers, because they're clear, so you can almost not see them. Yeah, you can kind of see it there. So anyway, so that's the update on the trophies for Bigfoot. I'm sending them out Monday. I got them finished finally. So I'll send them out Monday. I just don't know which airplane to put in his hands. We had a couple of votes for big. Lyndon Stewart, what's up? Good to see you, man. Um, I'll be honest with you. I like the little one better to look at, but I think durability wise, I think the big one's got a better chance of surviving. You know, a wing not breaking off or a tail feather not breaking off if the trophy gets, you know, dropped or mishandled. I think the bigger one's got a better chance of surviving than the little one. So I was going to vote for the big one myself. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, it was a lot of fooling around. I'll be honest with you to get these to come out because one of the hands kept breaking off. It wouldn't work, so I had to keep changing the support. Let me show you what it looks like when it prints. Okay, so this is how it prints. Now I'll get that closer. Okay, so he's completely engulfed in support, literally right up to his chin and his ear. And then over here, you can see there's a tower for this hand that's separate, all right, just for the hand over here. And then there was another tower for the other hand that fell off, so did his hand. And that's what this big mess is here. This was a fail because his hand fell off because the tower fell off. So, yeah, so that's the only one that failed, though. All the rest of them worked. And then this breaks off super easy. You would think this would be a bitch to get cleaned up, but it pops right off and leaves nothing behind. So I was really impressed with that. I usually don't use this kind of support because of how much it uses, but in this particular case, it worked out better. Normally, I use the tree style supports. Um, yeah, it's a lot of waste. You're right. And that's part of. Listen, 3D printing there's a big amount of trade off here, guys. That you're just going to have. If you want to 3D print, a couple of things you're going to have to just think about. Personally, I can't stand the waste. That drives me crazy. So I try not to use support at all, as much as I can. Um, yeah, a lot of support to clean off wigs, but like I said, it just pops right off. I'd show you, but I'm keeping that for demonstration purposes. I don't want to break it all off of there, but it just pops right off clean. You don't have to get in there with tweezers or cutters and try to cut it loose, or it just pops right off. Just a little tug, it snaps free, and it's good. So I was really happy with that. So that worked out pretty good. Um, but yeah, between how fast it prints, that's a trade-off. Obviously, if it's a little slower, the quality goes up, but it takes longer to print. If you use supports, that wastes a lot of material. I'll tell you the other thing too. The infill. Now that's one place where you can make a big savings. If you turn the infill, it defaults at 15%, and that's way too much infill. That's this. I'll show you here. This is a Star Trek model, and that's 15% infill, which is way too much. That's ridiculous. You don't need anywhere near that kind of infill on something that's just going to sit on a shelf. I mean, literally, that's strong enough to drive a car on. I could build a car ramp with infill like that facing straight up this way, which is the way it was printed, and that would hold a car, no problem. I guarantee you that would hold a car. That is so, you cannot crush that. There's no way you're going to break that. It's ridiculous for something that all you're going to do is set on a shelf. You don't need that kind of infill. That's ridiculous. So I usually cut it down to 4%, depending on what it is. Sometimes I'll go up a little bit. Again, you got a trade off. So why would I go up? Well, a perfect example is this car. Okay, so you see the grill in there doesn't look too bad. Well, that's because I put a lot of support on this because I printed it without support. And let me show you what that looked like. I printed a card that had 0 support. I think it's tiny. And this is what I got. Okay. So since there was nothing for the grill and the bumper cover to sit on, because there was nothing inside, this car's hollow. So I saved a lot of material, not wasting it on infill. But with no infill, this is how it comes out, because there's nothing for the, it's printing vertically like this. So gravity's always on. There's nothing inside for the grill to attach to as it's trying to print the grill. So it just falls away and you get this spaghetti looking mess for a grill because I didn't have any support in it. So you gotta find that happy place. You don't need a lot of support for this, but you need some. But you certainly don't need that. That's way too much. So that's one of the things you're going to learn if you start 3D printing. You're gonna figure out where to put support and when and where to use support and how much. And it's just something you're going to learn as you go, and try to do the best job you can to save money, not wasting material on supports you don't need, but making sure you use it when you need it. So, so that's kind of how that goes. Now, I had the support turned way up on this so that the wing would have enough strength, but it's so tiny that, I mean, I don't think I used, probably, I doubt I bet I didn't use a foot, 12 inches of filament to print this little airplane. So, no, this is actually PET G. I didn't print this in PLA because I didn't think it would be strong enough in PLA. I figured, if I know people are going to handle these, and if you dropped it on the floor, you can almost bet the wing would break off. All right, but this PET G is pretty flexible. I mean, I can flex this wing pretty far, and it doesn't break. And I think a PLA would have probably broke right off. So I purposely printed it in PET G. Jeff in Lower Alabama, what's up? So I think this is going to work. I'm pretty happy with that. So the actual Bigfoot is PLA, and it's got some support in it, but not a lot. So yeah, if you drop this on the floor, the arm's probably going to break off. The airplane will survive, but the arm will probably break off. I don't have that much support in it. So yeah, it's this is definitely breakable. So I hope you don't drop it, but I'll be happy to replace. If somebody breaks their trophy, I'll be happy to replace it. No problem. So, but yeah, so that's so him with an airplane in his hand, like this, is what's gonna be the trophies this year. I'm gonna paint these wings silver. All right, it's an extra step, but I think they'll look really cool silver. The tail feathers and the wings silver. I think they'll look. I'm gonna leave the fuselage blue, and have the wings and tail feathers silver, just to make it more noticeable, a little more. But I think he'll look cool holding an airplane. One of the shirts had him holding an airplane. I forget which. I think it was. Was it 3 years ago? The shirt you had a picture of him holding an airplane. I forget. Anyway, so that's where we are with the trophies. I'm gonna finish these up. Oh, how'd that glue work? Is it moving? Yeah, it did move. This bottle of CA got thick, and I meant to fool with it when it was hot today, and it didn't. So I'll wait for tomorrow to get it hot, and then I'll glue all these together. So I got a few airplanes to print, and that won't take long. They take I think the big one took 8 minutes to print, and the little one was probably 4 minutes. So, yeah. And I could probably put, I mean, there's plenty of room on the plate. I could probably put all 6 airplanes on one plate and print it and get them all done in one swoop. Yeah, I probably will do that. I'll probably just build a plate with 6 airplanes on it and get it all done in one swoop. All right, Shadow. Hey, have a good night, buddy. We'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. So, 17 in the room, 9 likes. Can anybody give me a good reason why they don't hit the like button? Anybody? And I don't care what the reason is. I'm just curious. What would be or hit the dislike? I don't care. You hit one of them. I'm just curious why you don't. Because I'm going out of my way now to hit like buttons on everybody, and every show I watch, whether I subscribe to them or not, I still give them a like, just to give them a like, because I know how hard it is to to get your shit seen, and nobody's watching, and that's because if nobody likes your show, you don't get a like, then nobody's going to get to see it, because YouTube bases how many people they put your show in front of by how many likes you get. By how much, not likes, it's likes or dislikes. I mean, if you've got an emotional feeling about the show, you liked it or you hated it enough to press a button, then that means that you got them involved. But if they don't hit either, then they didn't give a shit. So they're going to think nobody else is going to give a shit. So they're not going to recommend it for anybody. And that's how it works. I don't know if you gave me a like or a dislike. It doesn't give me that. All it tells me is how many I get. It doesn't tell me who gave me what. I don't get that information. So it's not like I know you. Oh, well, if you get a dislike, I'm going to know. No, I'm not going to know, and I don't care. You can hit a dislike if you like. Just hit one of them. Either one. I don't care. Just hit one of them. Don't go away not doing one of them. That's as long as you do one or the other. I don't care. Good enough. I'm supposed to be impressed by what? What weren't you impressed with? So Jeff, now that you're in here, you missed the first part. Jeff in Lower Alabama. Hey, have you read up on the new Full Throttle program, and what's your opinion? Well, Bill, what's up? How you doing, man? So I see people are bouncing in and out. Is there something going on right now? Oh, I bet Spencer's running a Zoom, isn't he? I didn't think of that. That's why people are popping in and out. Yeah, I just remembered that. Okay, forgot about that. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah, Jeff, I'd love your opinion on the New Horizon Hobby program. Don't care? Oh, okay. All right. Well, there's an opinion. Yep, I do too, David. The new program sucks. They're going to lose all my business. Here's another little tidbit, guys. You're going to love this one. You ready for this? I ordered this plane behind me here, okay, which is the Decathlon. We're going to unbox that here because Mike Bird saw it. Nobody else commented on it, but Mike Bird saw it. So that's the new Decathlon plane. Well, it's not that new. It's been out for a year now. That was on sale during the end of summer sale for $100 off. $100, guys. So instead of $299, I paid $199. Jeff says, what program? Jeff, were you an elite member? Did you join the elite program? What's my RC plane for 2025? Boy, that's a good question. Honestly, the planes that have impressed me the most are two planes from Hobby King, which I was just going to tell you. I ordered this plane the same day I ordered a plane from Hobby King. All right, I ordered the Decathlon from Horizon minutes after I ordered the one from Hobby King. Actually, I think I ordered this one first, and then minutes later I ordered the T-28 from Hobby King, the 50th anniversary plane, and an extra cowl for it because I have one already. I wanted a second one. I really love that paint scheme, and I broke the cowl, so I ordered another one. And the Hobby King plane got here 2 days ago. This one arrived today. So not only is Hobby King building better airplanes for less money, but their shipping's faster. So what's Horizon doing? Have they lost their mind? I don't know. Okay, well your elite program's gone, Jeff. Yeah, they just took it away without you even knowing. And now they've introduced the new full throttle program, which you have to spend at least $1,000 a month, $999 a month, just to get the first gear, which gives you nothing. And even if you get to top gear, which is barely nothing, you have to spend $2,500 a month. So there you go. And they already took away your elite program. They just did away with it. Yeah, basically, Brian, since he doesn't care. Air Marshal's doing fine, Lyndon. He's actually been in a few of our Zooms lately. He's doing fine. He's really not in the hobby right now. He's just life gets in the way, so he hasn't done any flying or anything. But he's alive and well, living in Atlanta, working for this camera, some kind of surveillance camera company. I don't know exactly what his job is. Jeff, what's up? Jeff Custom in the house. Woohoo! So yeah, he's and I've got look what shirt I'm wearing, Jeff. Huh? What? Right? What? See? um, yeah. So Marshall's doing good. He's doing fine. Really not into flying right now, but other than that, he's doing good. Roach is finally going to get out of here. He said he was leaving 10 minutes ago. He's finally leaving. All right, Michael. Have a good night. So anyway, yeah, the new full throttle program sucks. They're going to. I don't think I'll be buying any planes from Horizon now with this new program. That's my last purchase right behind me. That'll probably be the last thing I ever buy from Horizon. They just don't have anything. I can't afford their programs, and without the programs, their stuff's not worth buying. So yeah, that's probably the end for me. I'm not going to say absolutely. They may come out with a plane that I like, but they haven't recently. This plane was over a year ago, and it was too expensive, But they knocked $100 off last month or a week ago. The end of summer sale was on until the 27th, and that plane was $100 off, which made that plane very, very worth that kind of money. Absolutely. So I went ahead and grabbed it. But yeah, overall now the new planes that Hobby King's come out with, the Super Tucano is awesome. I already own that. And then they came out with a PBY that is freaking awesome. I think it's 1900 millimeters. Has retractable wing floats that is awesome. Yeah, Mike, I really liked the Decathlon when it came out. I just thought it was too expensive. At $300, I was like, no, I don't think it's worth $300. It's worth $200 though. So yeah, I grabbed it. Oh, absolutely, Brian. I've been saying that all along. Been trying to tell everybody that for years on my show here, how we're getting screwed. That these planes are way overpriced. And everybody keeps telling me, oh, well, the cost of shipping and the cost of this and the cost of that. And everybody keeps defending them like they're doing us a favor. They're not doing us a favor. They're screwing us. when they can knock $200 off the price of anything that they, on the summer sale, 2 days ago, one of the RC cars, they were knocking $200 off. All right. Again, do you think they're losing money or even getting close to even giving up a profit margin when they give away, they throw $200 off? I mean, they are just shoving it up our ass and breaking it off in there. I'm telling you, So, yeah, I don't have any, I know what it costs to make this shit. So, I've been in manufacturing. I know what it costs to make this stuff. And it's ridiculous how much we're paying for this stuff. So there's a number I'm willing to spend, and when it goes over that number, I'm going to spend it. That's all. The RGJ came out, Dine and Fly. RGJ. What's the RGJ? Your abbreviation is eluding me. RGJ. Yeah, and David's right. They're still making a huge profit. So they're going to lose a lot of customers over this full throttle program. They're going to lose a ton of people over that. The decathlon is your RGJ is is abbreviation for decathlon? Okay. I don't know how that works. I guess I'm missing something in the description that I'm not paying attention to, but okay. But yeah, I think it came out at 269, and then it almost immediately, like a month later, or something, when it went up to 299. It wasn't long. It wasn't at 269 very long, and it went to 299. And I guess sales weren't that great on it because, like I said, last 2 days ago was when it ended. They were selling for 199, and I ordered mine a week ago, so it came today. So yeah, well, they're out there. You can find Dracos out there. Hell, they had the Draco on sale last year, $200 off, dude. How'd you miss that one? It was $469 instead of $669. That was a great deal. No, I don't think they are annual amounts, JTB. Let me look. I'm pretty sure that's a month. Let me read it again. I got it open here just so I could verify. So what does it say here? Okay, the wording, you're right, does say annual spending, but you lose your point. You get points that equate to dollars, kind of like Tower Hobbies thing. That you only get 60 days to spend those points, or you lose your money. All right. So whatever you bought the first month or the second month, whatever, once it's 60 days have gone by, you lose that and you're only getting 3%. Okay, and you only have 60 days to spend it. And then the second year annual is $2,499, but again, now you're only getting 4%, and you only get 90 days to spend it, and you lose it. See, I could keep my points in. Look at Fred. Fred kept points in his system for years. He had almost $1 million, million points in his system because he just kept letting it build, never spending on anything. Now he would have lost all that. So, and then if you want the top tier one, but you are right, it does say annual spending, but you don't get annual rebates on your purchases. And you only get so many days to spend it. So, yeah, it's not a program I'm impressed with at all. We lost our free shipping. We lost our express shipping. We only kept the priority shipping, which means that you get, if you ordered something and somebody that's not in the program ordered something, you'll get it first. But that's the only perk there. So, yeah, it's not it's definitely not a program I'm going to get involved in. It's not, and I'm pretty pissed that they took away a program I already paid for before it ended. So I'll be calling them Monday to complain about that. I want my 30% off, my one-time 30% off. Oh, I know what color it is, David. I definitely looked at the pictures before I bought it. I loved it. When it came out, I loved it. I thought it was beautiful. God, a beautiful airplane. I wanted it, but I almost spent $300 for it. So yeah, I didn't buy it, and now I'm glad I didn't, because now I got it for $200. So and that's what I'm hoping for with I'm waiting for the Super Tucano to go on sale, and the PBY at Hobby King, and I'm going to order another Super Tucano, and I'm going to probably order one or two of the PBY. Both of those are beautiful airplanes. Hobby King is just putting it out there, guys. I got news for you. If you don't buy from Hobby King, or you haven't bought from in a while, they're really putting out some quality shit now. It's not like it was. Man, they were the worst years ago. Oh my God, they were the worst. But now they're really putting out some good products. Oh yeah, Brian is well. Not that explains everything. Oh my God, yeah. The Cracker Barrel lady thought this up. Yeah, she's running. She's going to run the whole country into the ground. Cracker Barrel, Horizon Hobby. Who's next? Yeah, Pabst Blue Ribbon will be next. Yeah, let's say goodbye to PBR. So anyway, um, somebody made a comment about Fred, and I missed it. I still missing it. I don't know where I went. Anyway, uh, Lyndon, I'll do that. And if the next time I see Marshall in Zoom, I'll definitely tell him you said hello. I will do that. Yeah, he seems to be fine. He just, like I said, he hasn't. I haven't seen him in anybody's show. Just the Zoom. He might be in the Zoom right now. As a matter of fact. Um, Anybody in here? Wild Bill, are you here? Which one of you guys is bouncing back and forth between Zoom and Jeff and Laura Alabama? Are you bouncing between Zoom and in here? Is Lyndon Johnson in the Zoom? Or not Lyndon Johnson? Dave Marshall. Is Dave Marshall in the Zoom? I forget which night he comes in, on Tuesday, Friday, or Saturday. I can't remember. I don't think the decathlon was still, but I've got Hobbyzone's page open. Hang on, I'll look. I don't think that was on the list anymore, though. I'll look though. Let me check. No, I don't see the decathlon. Well, I'm not done. Hang on. Let me keep looking. No, doesn't look like it's here. Let me. Hey, their menu system's a little different. You gotta. Um, it's kind of I don't know. It's a little weird. I hate it when they break the planes up into categories because usually they don't put them in two different categories. They pick one or the other. So if you're looking for a plane that happens to come with floats, optional, and you're looking for it everywhere but in the float section, and that might be where they put it. So I hate it when they do that. Um, why can't they just see all? Horizon still offers that. You know, see all, and you just click on see all, and then all the planes are there. And Hobbyzone doesn't offer that anymore. They used to. Yeah, no, I don't see the oh yeah, there it is. It's not on sale though. Yeah, they have the decathlon at Hobbyzone, but it's not on sale anymore. They took that off sale. The Viper's still on sale. The the Commander, both the Viper, both the plug and play and the bind and fly, the 70 millimeter Falcon, the Carbon ZT-28, that's on sale. Yeah, there's still a bunch of planes on sale still, but not. Yeah, the decathlon's not on sale. Sorry about that. Yeah. Um, oh, cool. And then so you flew your Draco last week. Good for you. Yeah, good. That's good to hear. All right, so let's see. Um, all right, I'm gonna go back over this real quick. All right, we've already bashed the hobby Phil Throttle deal. Here's the trophies for Bigfoot for you guys going to Bigfoot. I'm printing these for Scott. So we got the base and then a gold. And I'm going to put an airplane in his hand. I printed this tiny little airplane. I'm going to put that in his hand here. So that's going to be the trophy for Bigfoot this year. He told me he only needed 4, but I printed 6. So that gives him an extra or 2, or if he wants to add another subject. Now, one of them is going to be on a shorter pedestal, and it's going to be brass instead of gold. And I'm going to make my suggestion is this is the hard luck award. For when you crash an airplane or whatever, and they give you a trophy for the hard luck award. So instead of being gold, it's going to be brass, and I'm going to put it on a shorter pedestal. If I got it in here, where's the shorter pedestal? Oh, this is the shorter pedestal. Yeah, it'll be on that pedestal. This pedestal's taller. So here's the main one with an airplane. This will be the hard luck award, and I'll probably put a broken airplane in his hand. I'll break the fuselage in half and have it hanging off, and I'll glue it that way. and that'll be the Hard Luck Award. And yeah, so this one's a little taller, and it's gold, and this one's going to be shorter and bright and brass. And yeah, so there. So that'll be fun. So anyway, all right. So we've gone over the planes, the trophies, and the sailplane. What's on sale? The full throttle program and the trophy. All right. So let's unbox an airplane. All right. I got 2 to unbox tonight. We'll unbox the other one just to look at it, make sure it's not damaged. My anniversary Hobby King plane. But we're going to do the Decathlon first, which is the box behind me, who Mike Bird is the only one that noticed. So good job, Mike Bird. He noticed there's an airplane behind me. Or I should say there's a box behind me, yeah. So let's open the box. All right, I gotta make some room on here so we got a little room to work on the table here. So let me move a few things out of the way. Give me a little extra room in here. I still have part of, this is the last unboxing right here. The P40 wing is still on the table here. I haven't taken that off the table yet. If I have time tonight, I might build that tonight. I'm not going to fly it yet. Well, I might fly it tomorrow. Actually, I could do that. Yeah, I might. I might fly it tomorrow. We'll see. But yeah, we're gonna move a few things out of the way here so I don't knock them over. Put my drink up here. It should be safe up there. Close that lid. Let's move this benchy over here. Let's put the 2 little airplanes inside here so I don't break them. So I had a smaller size airplane for you guys that just got here. I printed 2. I printed the really tiny little airplane. So my 3D printer can actually print something that small. Can you believe that? Look at how tiny that is. Let me put something white behind it so you can really see it. Just this piece of bone. Oops. I guess I'll just hold it with the wing. So that's the little one, and then this is the bigger one. I wish I could get closer to the camera. So yeah, I think the littler one looks cuter, but I think it's going to be more fragile. I'm afraid a wing will break off. I printed it in PETG for you guys that are 3D printers instead of PLA. So it's got a lot of infill in it. So these wings are super flexible, just like the real thing. They do those stress tests and they flex the wings like crazy. And the PLA it would have snapped right off. So yeah, so they worked out really good. I'm really happy I printed them in the PLA. So yeah, so those are those are going on the trophy. I wanted to print the airplane, all the whole time, and I couldn't finally. And so last night I spent several hours surfing Thingiverse and Yegi trying to find an airplane. And there's one other one I could use, but the wings are smaller, and I like this one better. Even though you guys can't tell this, and even if I brought it in close, you can't see it. But this is called a shark airplane, and the nose of this is a shark head. Okay, and of course you're not going to be able to see that when it's in the guy's hand, you know, when Bigfoot's holding it. But the nose of this is a shark face. There's two little beady eyes and the nose with the chin back and the teeth and the whole, you know, it's a shark face. And I don't know why they made this shark airplane. I don't know what the hell this, but I like the shape of the wings were nice, and it's just a good looking airplane. And at this size, you can't tell that that's a shark. You know, there's even gills on the side of it. Um, you know, if I printed it really big, you'd be able to see the shark nose and the face and the gills and the eyes and everything. But at this size, nobody's going to see that. So no big deal. So we got that worked out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. All right, let's get this box open. I put my thing away. Let me get that back out. All right, I gotta do a quick cleanup. Not really. I just gotta move a few things off the floor, so I have more room to move here. I was one of my shows last week. I was talking about my bat lift and how I printed it, and I left it just laying on the floor right here. It's in the way, so I gotta pick it up and get it out of the way. Not a big deal. I don't care about breaking it or whatever. I just don't want to trip over it. Let me get that on. Okay? I got a bag of trash here. I gotta get out of it. I gotta go burn that Monday night. Okay. And then two rolls of filament here I'm gonna move somewhere. So I'll set these right here. All right, that's about it. Got an Oscar sitting here and an airplane. Maybe move these two. All right. Yeah, the P40 is sitting on the floor right here. It's begging me to build it. And then I got to build my Corsair also. It's upstairs. I got to build that too. But we're good. Okay, so let's get the chair turned around here. We'll put the box on the chair like this. Let me turn it around here. I haven't seen a box like this. This is a strange box. Usually they open, you know, they have a top and a bottom. This one opens on the end. It's kind of odd. I have never seen a box that opens on the end. Very different. How is my X-Fly Twin Otter? Awesome. Love that airplane. Beautiful airplane, beautiful flying airplane. I got to tell you, I have yet. I've heard they have a bad one, but I haven't gotten one yet. The X-Fly stuff I bought, it's beautiful, all of it. Everything I bought from X-Fly, especially the jet, that big, the J65 business jet is still one of my absolute favorite airplanes. And David will tell you, it's an amazing flying airplane. He didn't want to fly it. He was afraid of it. And I told him, trust me, you're going to love it. And he did. after he got the controls in his hand, he was like, oh, my God. I'm like, yeah, I know. Yeah, beautiful airplane. Love that airplane. So pretty box. Yeah, when this plane came out, guys, I got to tell you, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I just didn't love the price. Oh, there it is. RJG. I figured that was in the description. You know why he said that. It had to be something in the description I didn't catch. But yeah, it's I don't know what that stands for. I have no idea. And now we're going to have the vapor lock. I can't get it to slide out of the box because of the vapor, the vacuum in the box. Let me see if I can stick my finger in here and grab it and pull it. There we go. So I see a prop sticking out. So the prop's already mounted. That's interesting. Yeah, David, you still haven't bought one though. You keep talking about how great it flew, and you love flying it, and everything, and you love my radio, but you haven't bought the radio or the airplane. I'm just saying, no pressure or anything. I'm just saying, you love both my radio and the airplane, but you haven't bought either one. So. I know you guys find this hard to believe, and that's okay. I get it, but I've been doing this for 52 years, and I know what's good and what isn't. And when I tell you something's good, trust me, I know what I'm talking about. I don't expect you to believe me, since I know, but I'm just telling you, There's just certain things. I just watched a video today, another one of those storytelling videos on YouTube, and they seem to be more rampant than ever lately. I don't know why. Michael Bear, I was just asking about you a minute ago. You're here. Thank you. That's what she said. So it was a story about David, I think, isn't it a flight line plane? It's not a free wing, is it? I have it, so I can speak of it. I think it's an okay airplane. Everybody told me it was the best flying plane ever, and no, it's not. Is it a bad flying airplane? No, it's not a bad flying airplane. Is it the best airplane I've ever flown? No, it's not the best plane I've ever flown. It's okay. I like it. Did I shart? No, I didn't. Why? Did you hear me? Is my microphone that good you could hear that? Paul, what's up, Paul? Holy crap, I've upgraded so well that Spencer can hear me shart. There you go. All right. All right. We're getting warmer here. This is a crazy box, guys. This is weird. It's not a regular crate. It's kind of a very odd shaped, with a piece in the back that comes off, a piece in the front that comes off in pieces, and then a piece of foam in the middle. It's not really a foam crate. This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen in an airplane. The way it's packaged. I mean, I'm sure it protected it okay. It's just weird. It's not the whole thing's in pieces, and it's not even a square crate. I mean, look at it's got all these reliefs on the sides here, and here, and in the bottom, and yeah, it's just got. It's just the weirdest thing I've seen. And I'm not complaining at all. This is something I thought they should have done a long time ago to save foam, because you don't need all this extra, stuff. So, this is a good idea, to save money. I'm all for that. but I just never seen it before. They finally, so Horizon's reading my mind, and Hobby King's copying my designs. If you hadn't noticed, anyway, I'll tell you. Last night, was it last night? I forget. Anyway, we were talking about the new 1450 Spitfire from Hobby King, and they copied what I did. You guys remember when I rebuilt my Spitfire from Hobby King, and I cut the scoop off the front of the plane and then remolded it using my Gorilla Glue, and I sanded it all down and made a nice smooth nose on it and got rid of that stupid spoiler intake because it was wrong, and it was not only way too big and way too forward, it was in the wrong location. It was way too, it didn't look anything like the real airplane. It was terrible. So I just cut it off and I rebuilt it and there it is. The scoop is right there. And I rebuilt it without the scoop at all. And then the second one, I rebuilt, and I made the scoop a lot smaller, and I moved it all the way back where it was supposed to be. But I think my scoop's still too big. Is that one available? Can I get my hands on my scooped rebuild? I don't see it. It should be here on the table somewhere. I don't see it. I can't quite reach the scoop I cut off, but it's sitting right there. So anyway, yeah, Hobby King came out with they redid their Spitfire, and they copied exactly what I did, even the color scheme. The brown and green that I put on mine with the rondelles and everything. They copied my color scheme, and they copied my nose piece and everything. It looks exactly like the one I built 2 or 3 years ago. So that's pretty funny. Somebody's watching my show. Jono, what's up? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, so somebody at Hobby King's watching my show. So they came out with and the only person they sent that airplane to is Brian Phillips, because nobody else did a show on it. A YouTube review. Brian Phillips is the only one that reviewed it. Him and of course Stewart, but he works for Hobby King. That don't count. But they're the only two reviews of the plane, and it's it's cheaper because that plane was $4 something, and I never bought it because it was $4 something, and they put the damn thing on sale like I think it was $184. It was really cheap. I bought 2 of them. So I left one, the sand, and then there was 2 versions of it. There was a tan and green one, and then there was a brown and green, and then there was a tan and brown desert one. And the ones that they had on sale were the desert ones. So I bought 2 of them, and I left one of the desert colors, and then I built the other one. I repainted it completely in the green and brown, and redid the nose, got rid of the scoop, and redid the whole thing. And then 2 years later, Hobby King copied me. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to contact the lawyer about that or not. I just want a commission on every plane they sell. It's my design. So I want a commission. I mean, come on, guys. That'll be tens of dollars. I'll be making off of that. Fred, what's up? Big Jim, how you doing? Who else is in here? I think that's all the newcomers. Yeah. So, and 18 likes. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. That makes me feel good. Thank you. You guys are wonderful. So this is what I'm talking about. All right. So the first piece of foam that came off was this end piece that I already tossed away. Now I got this piece. So, like I said, there's no lid to this box. It's just pieces of foam. So get rid of that one. And then this is in sections. So there's another section of foam that goes, here's the center of the box, okay? So I took a piece out so we can remove the wing that's on the top. And then I have to remove this section and this section in the back after I take all these things off the top to get underneath the wing saddle to get to the fuselage. This is the strangest box I've seen yet. It really is. This is a crazy box design for sure. I have not seen this before. So there's another piece of foam out of the top. All right. So get rid of that. We've almost got the wing out. We're getting close. Let me get to here. Another piece of foam. And then there's an end piece here, just like there. So we're going to get the end piece off. Okay. And then there's the end piece. It was on the top, not on the end, but all right. So that now the wing's exposed. Here we go. All right. So that's what all those pieces of foam across the top that didn't even open the top of the box yet. But there's the wings in the top there. All right. So let's pull the wing out. Got this nice piece of foam wrapped around it. And out comes the wing. There you go. All right. So let me set this down for a second here like this so we can get a look at the wing. Now this is a nice looking airplane. God, I'm telling you, this is so much different. I mean, the quality of this is beautiful. The foam is beautiful. The paint on it is beautiful. And this looks like it's all paint. This isn't a water transfer. This is all paint. This is really beautiful, guys. I got to tell you, that's a beautiful airplane. Wow. The aileron servos are already installed. The got ball joints and the rod ends. Everything's already installed. And they make it. They built this thing so you could take it off at the flying field because there's a little cradle here in the middle. I'll try to show you that. Okay, that holds those the wing struts. When you take the wing off, you snap the struts onto that little cradle there. Isn't that cool? That's thinking. I like that. That's beautiful. So yeah, so that's how they handle taking the wing. This is really pretty. Wow, I'm really glad I bought this airplane. This is beautiful. Wow, very nice. Definitely worth 199 bucks, guys. That was a steal of the deal. All right, so now this crazy box. This section of the box right here comes off. This is already open. And then this section back here, right here, comes off. It splits in the middle. This is like playing Tetris, guys. This box is, I'm going to call this the Tetris box because this is just crazy. I've never seen a box like this. This is really crazy. I've seen, sections inside a crate done like this, but not all the way to the outside where the whole outside of the box, is done like this. I've never seen this before. This is really strange. Very different. So most of this is already untaped. because of the other part of the plane that I took off. So I think I still have this section here. Yeah, so it's still taped here. Okay. Okay, so you see what I mean? This is funny. It's a pretty good description, calling it the Tetris box. Because all right, so there's the piece that came off again, and then you see the crate. The crate goes all the way to here on the side here, but this section here came off to reveal the fuselage. All right, so we get that off of there. And actually, I could take the fuselage out right now. I don't need to take the other half off. So let's pull that out. A tight fit. Wow. Very tight fit. Okay. Oops. All right. You got nice protective foam on it. Very nice. Wow. Guys, I got to tell you, this is one of the most impressive airplanes I've seen at this price point. This is really impressive. I highly recommend buying this airplane, guys. I don't know if you were willing to pay full price or not, but if it goes on sale again, you definitely want to buy this airplane. RJ Gritter. I guess that's the pilot of the real one. Okay. It's a top loader. All right. So the windshield opens here. All right, to put the battery in it. So it's not a bottom loader. All right. Beautifully done there. Magnetic. Very nice. Wow, this is really a beautiful airplane. Wow, I'm really impressed. I am really, the finish on this is so nice. What a beautiful airplane. God, I really love that. Man, just that's beautiful. This is definitely a winner, guys. This is one of the nicest airplanes that I've gotten from Horizon. I got to tell you. The quality of the foam and everything, the paint is really good. I mean, really good. Very impressive. So the only thing left back here now is the rudder, vertical and horizontal stabilizer, which I think might be one piece, the way it looks like it goes on, and the landing gear, which I can see the landing gear in here. I can't see the stabilizer yet, but the landing gear I can see. Well, it's not one piece. All right, so here's the final disassembly of the box. Here we got the vertical right here. All right, and it's got two long posts. You're gonna put screws to the bottom to screw this on from the top. And that's going to sit down in through there, and it's going to go through the horizontal. There's a light. Wow, very nice. There's actually a white, I'm sure it's a white light on the tail of the rudder. Right there. And the plug's right there hanging out next to the linkage. But there's a white tail light on it. So that's very impressive. I like that. Very cool. All right. I'm going to set that over here. And then another piece of foam got to come out of here. All right, that was holding the landing gear in. Nice aluminum Pretty flimsy, but the plane's. I'm sure the plane's pretty light. But I imagine a hard landing will bend this landing gear. That's pretty soft gear. That's the one thing I love about the Valiant, guys. The Valiant's a great airplane. I love that airplane, and it's got pretty tough landing gear. So if you make a reasonably good landing, you're not going to bend that landing gear. This landing gear, I'll bet, will bend. It's a little on the soft side. I mean, it's such thin aluminum. I can't imagine that taking a lot of abuse. But the Valiant will take pretty good abuse. That's a really pretty robust landing gear. And here's the horizontal again. Just a beautiful, beautiful paintwork. I mean, this is what it is. It's not painted. This plane's wrapped. They wrapped it like they wrap. You know how you can get a car wrapped these days, or they wrap cars, they wrap RVs, they wrap boats. This is wrapped. I'm looking at the seam on the end here, and this is a colored printed, shrinkable vinyl type thing that they wrapped onto the airplane. That's beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen a plane with a wrap on it before like this. That's really cool. I mean, what a beautiful job. God, that is gorgeous. I'm impressed, guys. I got to tell you, this is damn impressive. I really like this. Man, what a great airplane. All right, so then we got one last piece here, I think. This is the bottom of the landing gear and where the struts hook up. When you take them down off that little carrier, this goes in the bottom. This is what holds the landing gear in. And then there's a bag of screws here. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else in the box. Yeah, and then here's a bag of screws and 2 wing thumb screws. Hold the wing on. So I guess the wing's designed to be a quick release to get it off the airplane, so you can put it. You guys that have small cars, you could take that off and. All right, I gotta sit down. My back hurts. Oh God, my back hurts. All right. So I'm really impressed, guys. That is a beautiful airplane. Wow. Very, very nice. I mean, if they've got this tensile strength, it might not be as bendable as I think it is, but if they had just made it the same thickness as the Valiant, that would have been a perfect airplane. I had a bad rap on a lot of other planes. Hey, Fred, do you sleep with your beard under the covers or over the covers? How do you? Oh, man, that's a thick ass book. Holy crap, man, that's a manual. Wow, very nice. So I've had a few people ask me now, so I'll bring it up now. I love this air, and this isn't a copy of any other airplane, guys. This is a brand new mold, brand new airplane. And it's a very nice airplane. I'm very impressed with this. And I showed it to my wife, the picture of it, and told her that's what's in the box, and she even loved it. She says, "Oh, that's beautiful." Yeah, that's why I bought it. That and the fact that it was $100 off. So she was super happy about all that. She hasn't really realized how frugal I am till lately. All these cars I bought for practically nothing. She can't believe the cars I bought for the little money I spent, and now this airplane at $100 off. She's starting to realize that, I don't just spend money willy nilly. I really put a lot of thought into when I spend money and what I spend it on. So, so she's starting to understand me a little more. It only took 25 years, but we're getting there. So yeah, so that's a really nice airplane, guys. I'm very unhappy with that. Very happy with that. That's a really impressive airplane. I mean, I got to tell you, it's got lights on the wingtips. It's got both the nav lights and strobe lights on the wingtips. I don't know. Does it have a landing light? Let me see if I can not knock the landing gear off of here. Trying to look at that. Let me put the landing gear down here. Does it have a landing light on the front of it anywhere? No, no landing light. Okay, but maybe there might be a landing light on the nose though. So let's look there and see if there's a landing light behind the cowl or something. Yeah, there's a nose landing light right under the spinner, right in the nose. So it looks like a white. Sure, that's a white landing light there. Do they have a nav light on the bottom or top? No. No nav lights top or bottom on the fuselage. Just the landing light in the nose. Wingtip lights, both nav and strobes. And then the one on the tail. So that's what, 6 lights, right? 2, 4, 5. Yeah, that's 6 lights. That's not bad. That's not too bad. Very nice. Yeah. Well, Michael, she should be. All you buy are flight test models. You only buy foam board. You wouldn't spend $199 for an airplane like this. You'd build out a foam board first. Go to Dollar Tree and buy some vinyl. Same stuff like they put on here, and put vinyl all over it, and make yourself a really nice airplane. I'm the Dave Ramsey of RC. Oh, really, Jeff? I don't think that's a compliment, is it? Oh my God. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to talk bad about an airplane, and it's not. I'm not. I don't know why. I'm not picking on. I'm surprised. Okay. So let me start with when Flight Test came out with a plane for Trent Palmer. Most of you guys probably know who Trent Palmer is. The Freedom Fox, red, white, and blue, stars and stripes. Trent would fly that Fox all over the place, and then he just bought a new Cub. But Flight Test had a plane built, and he rejected it. It wasn't nice enough. He didn't want his name on it. He said, nope. You got to make me a better airplane. This is not good. It's not the quality. This is not what I want. So he made him redo it, and they redid it, and they came out with something that he liked enough that they went ahead and built it and sold it, and then they put in. I believe they put a second order in, and I think Trent wanted it updated again, and they did. And they sold out of those, and I want one of those planes, and I didn't get one, and I don't think they're bringing it back. I think it's gone, and I really wanted to get one of those Freedom Foxes, from Flight Test. I didn't get it. Kind of bummed. I am glad I got that other plane from Flight Test though, the Grillion, whatever that thing is. It's a amphibious plane. I really like that plane, so I'm really glad I got that one anyway. But I was bummed that I didn't get the Flight Test or the Trent Palmer plane. So now Horizon just came out with, Dave and Jeff just reviewed it. The Cletus McFarlane Cub. Now this is the same Cub that they've been peddling for years. That 1.3. It started off with that. It knew where the runway was. It had the what do they call it? The geofencing. And and it's supposed to be able to land itself hands free, and you just press the land button, and it'll circle the pattern and land on the runway, and it didn't work. I mean, I had one, it didn't work. Everybody else had one, it didn't work. I don't know of anybody that had one that worked. I'm sure there's some out there that did, but I don't know what the secret was. I watched every video I could find on how to calibrate it, and I couldn't get it to work. No matter what I did, it did not work. Now I bought it used secondhand. It was a plane from RC4U 77 on eBay because somebody had already bought it and returned it. Uh, but um, it just didn't work. So then they reintroduced that exact same airplane as the Mike Patey's wife's Cub, right? And they put a silhouette in the window of um, Mike Patey's wife and remarketed it as the Mike Patey's wife's Cub, right? And now it's the exact same airplane again, but they painted it Cletus's colors, and now they're selling it as the Cletus McFarland Cub. And so I know the plane very well, and you were correct in your review, Jeff. The tail wheel is crap. It's a weak point, no doubt. The spaghetti wing struts have no strut ability at all. If you do positive G's, you're fine, but if you did a hard negative G, those struts aren't going to hold that wing up. It's going to collapse. They're made out of, it's like a pool noodle. It's ridiculous. So the quality of the foam is not good. Even my wife said that. We watched your video, and when you were reviewing it, and she looked at that, she says that thing looks terrible. And she never says that about any airplanes, but she said it about that one. And I said, yeah, I know it's not a good airplane. I've had it. I owned one of them. So yeah, I'm not a fan of that one. I won't be buying the Cletus, and I'm surprised Cletus didn't want them to make it better. That he accepted that. Just like Trent wouldn't accept what Flight Test put out. I'm really surprised that Cletus didn't, want a better airplane if he's going to put his name on it. That he didn't want to. He put it. He did a nice job on the helicopter that Motion's selling for him. Well, I don't know if Motion sells it, but he's getting it through Motion. That's a beautiful helicopter. Flies fantastic. It looks good. It has incredible flight time. It flies great. It's a great little helicopter. I'm really so shocked that he accepted that airplane with his name name all over it. If it was this quality, I would see it. If they'd have built it as nice as this thing, I would say yeah. But the plane they used now. Yeah, it's a terrible airplane. So yeah, so before you ask me if I'm going to buy the Cletus McFarland plane, no, I'm not going. It's not coming in my hangar. No. Maybe somebody will come out with a 1400 size or 1600 size. I don't know, but yeah, but that one's not coming in my hangar. Now, I did, again, last month, and it's not still on sale. I wish it was. Hobbyzone had their Husky, the Arrows Husky on sale, $100 off. So I bought that. It was on back order, so I'm waiting for. I haven't gotten that one yet. I'm waiting on it. But that's a beautiful airplane, and I'm really looking forward to that one. I think it's 1800 6S because the new one's 6S. I was going to be happy with the 4S one. I was going to buy the 4S one, but this is actually cheaper than the 4S one. I think the 4S was 349 or 329, and the 6S one was like 389, and it was on sale for 289. So I bought it. So I got the 6S one for 289, which was cheaper than the 4S one. So the flags on the bottom of the wings are painted. Which flags are you talking about? What do you on Cletus's plane or different? You say like also on Cletus's. Which plane are you referring to, Jeff? Yes, Jim. There is a red. God, you guys are paying attention. There is a red high heel shoe that I 3D printed on my shelf in the back. Yes, there is, and you wouldn't believe how many views that got. I did a video, a short, just showing that off, 3D printed, and it got a shitload of views, like 18,000. It was amazing. Yeah, and that's why I did it. I wanted to see if I got views and if I got some more subscribers, and it did. It worked. I got more subscribers, and I got a lot of views. So, but good looking, good job. Yeah, it's a 3D printed high heel shoe that I did, and I did it in the exact same material I did that little airplane out of, the Pet G. So it was a blue Pet G, and then I painted it red, and then I put that red uh, candy paint over it to make it look like the helmet, the uh, the Iron Man helmet. Yeah, and then I got a shitload of views. So yeah, I just like I said, I'm not trying to pick on anybody. I was just um, when Cletus had him make the helicopter, he was pretty picky about it, and they did a great job. I love the helicopter. I finally got one. It took forever to get it, but I finally got it, and it flies great. It's got a tiny little battery in it, but the flight times. It's probably 10 minutes easy, um, and it flies really good. It's got a lidar camera on the bottom to help stabilize it, and it works. It flies great. So they did a really great job on Consuela. And then Trent Promler, like I said, he was very fussy about the Freedom Fox plane that Flight Test put out, and he wasn't going to put his name on it unless they built a nice one. There was problems with the landing gear he didn't like, and so he made him fix all that before he would sign off on it. And so I was really surprised that Cletus signed off on that plane because that is not a quality, in my opinion, anyway. It's not a quality airplane. Like I said, I had one. I got rid of it. Um, just not a good airplane, not in my opinion. It flew okay once you took that stupid, GPS fence self-landing system out of it. It flew fine, but yeah, it just wasn't a good quality airplane. I didn't like it. That's why I got rid of it. So I'm really surprised that Cletus, accepted that, as fussy as he is. So, but anyway, just an observation, not really trying to, you know. All right, I'm gonna let my back rest another minute, and then we're gonna get the other airplane because I want to unbox that one. Yeah, well, Jeff, it's not really that tough. You'll find out when you have a really hard landing. It's not that tough. And you're right, the struts are just for show. They have no practical use at all. Um, what I forget what kind of wing spar was in that plane because it's been a long time since I had mine. I got rid of that plane, God, 4 years ago. It's a long time ago. Um, that's the shortest airplane time frame I've ever owned an airplane. I don't think I had that plane 2 weeks. Oh, nice going, Mike Bird. That's a really nice helicopter. I don't own one, but one of the guys at the field does. That's a nice helicopter. Yeah, very nice. So anyway, all right. Let's see what else. How many we got in here? We got 14 again. We were up to 23 or so at one point. Jeff, is Spencer still running the Zoom? Are you flipping back and forth Zoom and not Zoom? Oh, you're not in the Zoom. Okay. Um, Yeah, Mike Bird, I agree. OMP makes great products. Their helicopters are really good. I think they're, a little more money than I want to spend. I'll be honest. They're a little on the pricey side, not unreasonable. Um, but I just, I've got, Christ, how many helicopters do I have now? Well, I'm not even going to count all the little ones I have. I have a couple dozen of the Air Hog helicopters. One of them is a true four-channel regular helicopter, which I really love that one. But most of them have the propeller on the tail pointed upward, and you go forward and backwards and they got counter rotating main blades, so there's no torque, and and they're okay. They're fun to fly around in the house, but not really a helicopter. They did sell one at one point that was a real four-channel. Yeah, it flew correctly, and I love that one. I still have that one, but I've got um, two of these. This is a ERA MD 500, which is what Cletus's helicopter is. This is the same. This is much bigger than Cletus's, but it's the same model. It's this style of helicopter. Now the funny thing is, it's supposed to have 5 blades, but Cletus's only has 4, and that's a manufacturing thing from Motion. It's got nothing to do with Cletus, and it has nothing to do with the flight quality either. So um, I don't I don't care about that. Um, but I have 2 of the Coast Guard ones, and then I bought. I don't remember the model of it, but it's bigger. It's a little bigger than this one, longer. It's got the tail rotors enclosed in a shroud. It's not out in the open. It's inside a shroud around the. It's the model of the helicopter. It's designed that way. Um, and that one has a lidar camera on it like Cletus's, so it flies just like Cletus's. This one had a place for the lidar camera right here, this hole here, but they didn't put it in this one. And then really the price was, I mean, I don't think it was $10 difference. And Lois, what's up? And this flies good. I mean, I like this helicopter. It flies really good. This one had a little malfunction, but yeah, it flies really good. I like both of them. And then I bought, so those two of these, the bigger one with the enclosed rotor and Cletus, that's 4 of these style helicopters. And then I have a regular Blade 500 helicopter. So 3D 500. They discontinued it. Horizon Hobby. They only sell something so long and then they get rid of it. So it used to be one of their main ones. I have that. That's a really nice helicopter. I have that. And then I've got an old shuttle from back in the 80s, 70s. Yeah, back in the 70s, I've got a shuttle gas helicopter, and I've got one called the Cricket. That's also back from the 70s. That's also a gas helicopter. Big, both of those are pretty big. And is that it for the what I would call hobby grade helicopters? Yeah, I think that's it. And then I've got a bunch of quads, quadcopters, drones, if you let. I hate the word drone, but anyway. Um, but anyway, yeah, I like those helicopters. They're reasonably priced. They fly really good, pretty durable. I don't know if you guys watched Cletus fly his when they first introduced it. He flew his right into the hangar door. And it didn't break. It hit the door hard and crashed on the ground. It didn't hurt it. He put it right back in the air. So yeah, um, I like it. It flies really good. I'm really happy with that. I'm really glad I got it. It's a beautiful helicopter. And so yeah. Anyway, okay, yeah, Mike. Those man, that DJI stuff is really pricey. God, I'm telling you. Which helicopter are you talking about, Lewis? You have a helicopter? You can't find it? What kind do you have? Or do you have to find it before you can tell me what kind it is? I've been there. I've had I've had to do that. All right. Let's see what time it is here. Almost 11 o'clock. All right. We're doing pretty good. All right. So let's grab this other airplane and I'll unbox it. I'm only unboxing it to inspect it. This one I'm not building. I already have one that flies. I just bought a second one because I really like this airplane. Oh, is that right? I hadn't noticed that. Good. That's good information. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I didn't know FMS was doing head tracking airplanes. Interesting. Is it electric? Is it gas? What kind of helicopter is it? All right, Michael Bear. I don't know what that is. Small electric. Wow. And it's 15 years old. Wow. 15 years ago, I don't think they were making the quality helicopters they're making today. I don't know how well it flew, but they've come a long way. Man, they've come a long way in helicopters. So my connection at Flex Innovations, the other Lewis, he had a drone up one day and he was flying in formation with my J-65 business jet, and he got this outstanding footage of it. We're in formation, so he's flying right next to my plane, with the camera pointed at it, and it was so beautiful. And I told him to send me a copy of that, and he never did. I don't know if he put it. I hope he put it up on his channel. I haven't gone to look for that, but man, it was beautiful. God, that was really impressive. So that particular airplane has impressed so many people. Lewis was going to buy one. Um, John Casey, who's also another jet pilot, a real jet pilot, he was going to buy one. Um, David was going to buy one. He loved it too. I mean, I've let more people either watch it or fly it. That absolutely love that airplane. It's such a good jet. It just flies amazing. I don't know what that is, Michael Bear. What is a potensic atom? I don't know what that is. Never heard of that. What is that? Google it? Okay. I could do that. Let me Google it. Oh, it's a quadcopter. Yeah, it's a DJI copy quadcopter. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, when that first model that style came out, what I can't remember what DJI called that damn thing. The Spark? Is that what it was called? I can't remember. It flies better than the DJI. Yeah, well, I don't. I'm not a big DJI fan. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't like their business practice. Um, you know, I think their stuff's overpriced. Um, I don't own anything from DJI, and I probably never will. Um, but all right, let me grab that other airplane. Let me go get that. We'll unbox that one just so I'm just unboxing it to verify it's not damaged. Um, like I said, I already have one I fly now. Now this is the 1100 millimeter. I think it's 1100. It might be 1200, but I think it's 1100 millimeter. Um, T-28. Arrows has the exact same airplane without lights and an air brake and all that stuff. But it's the same mold. And Hobby King sold it for a while also under a different name, probably uh, Durafly. Um, so it's been around for a while, and there's several different companies. But I like the scheme on this one. It's this 50th anniversary Air Force scheme. I really like it. I think I keep confusing it. It's either Air Force or Navy. Um, and uh, and it has an air brake on it. It's got lights all over it, but it's the same airplane. I have the same airplane in an Arrows version, which is the uh, red, yellow, white scheme. So I have that one, and now I've been flying the this blue gold, white, blue, and gold anniversary one with the air brake. It's got an air brake that comes out the bottom and like a flap with holes in it, and it slows the plane down, and it's got lights all over it, which I love the lights, and so it's just an upgrade version. I don't like the cowl on it, so I bought an extra uh, Arrows cowl because it'll interchange. Um, but I don't know how I'm going to be able to paint it to match exactly. David Martin Graff, what's up? I think the gold is going to be the hard part. Getting the gold, I don't have any problem. The white and the blue is going to be easy to duplicate. It's the gold I don't know if I can duplicate to paint because it's got a better dummy engine in it, much nicer looking dummy engine in the Arrows over the Hobby King one. So that's the only reason I was going to do that. But I did go ahead and buy an extra cowl for this plane to fix mine, just to to have a spare in case, because I think I bought two extra cowls for the Hobby King or the Hobbyzone one. So the Arrows. All right, so let me go get it. We'll unbox that. All right. Now, some people don't like this scheme, which, hey, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm not, saying you're wrong or anything. I happen to like this, but I know some people don't like it, and that's fine. That's why everybody has opinions. And we're not all going to agree. We don't have to agree. Everybody is entitled to their opinion, and I just happen to like this scheme. I thought it was pretty cool looking. I was going to paint one of my Carbon Z's this color. I think. I want to say there was one down at Lewis when we were down at Imperial for one of those events. Didn't a guy have a Carbon Z, one of the big Carbon Z T-28s painted in a red-white, I'm sorry, a blue-white scheme? It wasn't your normal Carbon Z. He repainted the whole airplane. Yeah, well, Bill, it is a T-28. Do you remember that? I don't know if you were there or not. I thought you were. I think it was I think it was at the event where I fixed your landing gear. I don't remember. Not positive. All right, so I'm going to start with the cowl because I want to see what this cowl looks like. So let's open this up and look. You don't remember that? Okay. I thought you were there. I can't remember. It was and the guy had repainted a Carbon ZT-28, with this new this I believe it this. I think that's what it was. If it wasn't this exact scheme, it was something very similar to this. It looked really cool because it was so different, from the red and white or yellow. It was really cool. Okay, so now that's great. That that just made it ridiculous. There's no gold on this. The gold sticker part's not on here. So I might as well just paint my other one red, black, white, and blue, and I'll have the exact same thing I just bought. That was completely worthless. All right, so let me. I think actually, hang on a second. I think I can. I thought the extra arrows cowl I had was handy right here, but let's see. Maybe I put it in here. Let me look. I might have put it in these cabinets. I'm just going to show you the difference between the dummy engines. There. Yeah. Yeah. I thought I had it handy, but I don't see it. All right. I have to keep moving stuff around, guys. Got a lot going on in here with the building the upstairs, and I constantly moving stuff around. But anyway, I'll show you. So the reason I like the arrows one better is because this dummy engine is not very impressive. There's really no detail in it. The nose is very flat. The dummy engine in the other cowl is set back in quite a bit. It's recessed back in, and it's just a much better looking cowl, and it's the same cowl. I mean, they're interchangeable, but obviously out of two different molds. And well, I guess that makes them two different cowls, but they fit the same airplane. So there's two different cowls for the same airplane, and I think the other one looks better. So anyone like cottage cheese? Cottage cheese are like grits. Okay, they taste like whatever you mix them with. So it depends on what you mix cottage cheese with. Like just like it depends on what you mix your grits with. What do they taste like? So that's my best explanation for cottage cheese. So I guess I can buy a decal sheet to do the decals on this cow. So maybe I can. I figured it would come with the decals already on it. That's the way they show it when they advertise it. Oh, this box has got a big crush mark in it. This is why I'm unboxing them on live TV. Because if there's a problem with this airplane, there's proof of the damage. Okay, so here's the crush mark on this box. Hang on a minute. Let me get my camera up so I can. All right, so there's a big old dent in the box right there. It's all folded and bent on the top of the lid. Probably not going to be a problem. And the crease goes down the side of the box, right there. Not the diagonal, the straight up and down one. So probably won't be a problem, but just it is a navy. Okay, so I keep getting that confused. So it's a navy 50th anniversary paint scheme, and that's it right there. I really love that paint scheme, guys. The blue and white with the gold stripe. I just think it's a beautiful airplane. So, but like I said, everybody's got an opinion. So not everybody likes it. I've heard a few people that don't like it, but that's okay. I just happen to like it. I think it's a really beautiful airplane. So I was going to do, like I started to tell you, I was going to do my T-28. One of my I have 3 carbon ZT-28s. So I was going to do one of the yellow ones. And I originally was going to do it in this scheme. But after finding out I got to take a break. I got to sit down. All right, let's go set that there for a minute. I need to sit down. Let me get caught up in the chat here. Michael Bear, you have one. You bought a boxed, colored, painted airplane. You didn't buy a bunch of foam board and build one. Really? How many airplanes do you own that are out of the box airplanes, not foam board built? How many out of the box airplanes do you own? Well, I can agree with you on the Italian ice, David, but I don't know that I agree with the rainbow color. There's a lot of good flavors out there. I don't know that I would agree with the rainbow colors the best, but yeah, you're right. Italian ice is nice. There's a lady that sells Italian ice right out the field, right at the edge, not on our field, but at the end of the road where we come into our field. Bo gave her a key to the gate right there. The city came and gave her a hard time, said she needed a permit, to be parked on Bo's property. So Bo ended that. He gave her a key to the gate. The gate's at a 45 on his property, and all she has to do is open the gate and park her truck in that gate opening, and they can't do a thing. So Bo told the city to shove it up their ass. I thought that was great. I haven't seen her in a while though. Um, she actually keeps her truck on Bo's property down the road. But I think she's found a better place to go that she gets more sales. So she hasn't been at the end of the road. You know, we can't just go out to the end of the road anymore and get Italian ice like we used to. Oh, I missed this post. David, your buddy's in playing poker on TV right now in Vegas. How's he doing? Yeah, I saw it, David. I followed it. It went for way more money than I would have paid for it. It was 430 bucks, I think, plus $48 shipping. Yeah, I wouldn't have bought it for that. But I did follow it. You know, I just wanted to see where it went. Uh oh. You have 8 planes in a box from Costco. Okay. No, Mike, it's crushed ice with syrup on it. You know, crushed, real fine crushed ice. You know, snow cone, same thing. Italian ice, snow cone. Um, and the best, the flavors of Italian ice versus snow cone. Because the brand Italian ice, I think that's what it is. Oh, I was just going to bring that back up. The Brian Schulz video. Yeah. So you watch that, Mike? Yeah, great video, right? Um, so yeah, that's what Italian. But if you really go to an Italian ice place where they have all the flavors and the syrup is better, so it stays with the ice. So you get the flavor all the way through. You don't run out of you're at the end you're just eating plain ice with no syrup. And the Italian ice, there was a Italian ice place we used to go to after the car show every week, and his was great. And then the girl at the end of our road when she would be there, it's great too. She had good stuff, and but yeah, cholesterol free. So anyway, Brian Schulz, if you haven't watched the video, go watch it. It's a great story. He talks about he's an SR. Well, he was. He died. He died a couple of years ago. Just recently. Um, and he died young. He wasn't very old. Um, he he has this great story tells about how he got into flying, and then how he crashed in his jet and was burnt over 90% of his body, and they didn't think he was going to live, and this whole story in the hospital, and then he recovered from there, got back to flying, and then became an SR-71 pilot, and then he started his own company called Butter Blackbirds and Butterflies, or Butterflies and Blackbirds, something like that. And it's pictures. He the whole time he was in the Air Force, he had a camera with him, and even though he wasn't supposed to be taking pictures everywhere, he took them anyway. Um, and so he put this beautiful coffee table book out of pictures, of all the pictures he took of airplanes. He flew with the Blue Angels. He flew with the Thunderbirds. Took, videographed the whole thing, and it's a great story. Go watch the video. It's a great story. Anyway, the beginning of the story is he crashed a jet. He said he was in he was in Vietnam and he crashed a jet. Well, he wasn't in a jet. I guess he just elaborated, artist prerogative or privilege or whatever, but he elaborated a little, or exaggerated. He wasn't in a jet when he crashed in the jungle. He was in a T-28, and I didn't know that. I found that out. I found it out like a year ago. It was just after he died from Jerry McGee. Now, Jerry McGee was the president of the Imperial Club down in Mulberry, where we go down to the E-Jet event every year. Well, I haven't been there in a couple of years, but he graduated from the same school Jerry did a few years after Brian. But he got to meet Brian. He said he got to sit down with him, and they chatted about school and the teachers and all that kind of. And that's when he found out that Brian was flying a T-28 when he crashed, not a jet. So anyway, and then I looked it up and I found pictures online of Brian's T-28 that he was flying when he crashed. So I've decided I'm going to repaint one of my T-28s, in memory of Brian. I'm going to paint one of them in Brian's color scheme, put his tail number on everything. I'm going to put his bureau number, and I'm going to copy it exactly. And because I really wanted to meet Brian. I was going to drive up to he had, I don't know if it's still going or not, but he had a store. I forget where it was. It was either in Missouri or maybe Georgia. I don't remember. They had a brick and mortar store where you could go and buy his book, and he had a lot of other memorabilia, and he has his own brand shirts and stuff, and that kind of stuff. So you could go in there and buy some Brian Scholl memorabilia, and so anyway, but yeah, so that's my Brian Scholl story. I really admired the guy, and I decided I was gonna, after I found out that he was in a T-28, and I have 2 yellow T-28s, I'm gonna paint one of them Brian Scholl's. It was a camouflage paint scheme on his T-28. And they were, the T-28 was a big deal back in Vietnam. It did a lot of ground attack stuff, rockets and ground. They were protecting the downed pilots. Them, the T-28 and the A-1 Skyraider were ground attack planes, to suppress ground fire while pilots were down, so that the Jolly Greens could come in and rescue the pilots. So, and I guess that's what Brian was doing when he got shot down, crashed in the jungle, and the way he tells the story, you got to go watch this video, because it's the way and go find not the last one. The last one he did with his rear seat guy. And that one's not as funny. It's good, but it's not as good. So find the last one he did before he did the last one with his backseater guy in the SR-71, not during the T-28. It's a really, he does a great job. It's funny. It's very funny. He does his presentation. When he first started, and he's done this presentation like 8 or 10 times, and he videoed all of them, and I've watched all of them, and every year he gets better at it. The first year he did it, it wasn't near his timing, and his, he just wasn't on. And then he kept working it and made it better. And the last one was fantastic. It was so funny. He really fine-tuned it to a perfect one. And he's wearing this the last two he did, I think he was wearing this Stars and Stripes shirt. So you're going to be on the right one if you find the one with him wearing the Stars and Stripes shirt. It's either the very last one or the second to last one he did, and those are the good ones. So go find that one. And um, but yeah, if you just Google Brian Scholl's RSR-71, you'll find him, and just an awesome story. But anyway, like I said, he was in a sandy color, sand and brown camouflage T-28 when he went down, and so I'm going to copy it. And I'm gonna repaint my one that color. So that'll be cool. All right. So what were the 8 airplanes you bought, David? Did you ever? So you got this from Costco? Is that what you said? No, the ices. No, were they were all. Well, all right. I'm a little confused. Maybe I missed it. What size EDFs are these? So is that your? I'm assuming that's the red Bayhawk that's got the British flag on the tail. All right. So I'm gonna go back and read your post again because I'm still confused. So you posted I have 8 planes in the box. All right. So does that mean you have 8 separate airplanes still new in the box, except I guess the FMS one because you flew that one. Um, yeah, that plane doesn't need the reflex. Most of the planes that Horizon or FMS puts that reflex in don't need it. The F7F Tiger Cat absolutely doesn't need that stupid reflex. I have both. I have one with and one without. And I honestly think the one without flies better anyway. Not that it flies bad with it. Um, it's really unnoticeable. The plane's so stable, it just doesn't need that stupid reflex in there. Um, you love the song Duran Duran. You're getting off subject, David. Let's kind of focus here. I want to know about these 8 airplanes. Are they still in the box? And what all are they? I obviously already told me you have a BA Hawk. What else have you got? What did you buy? You said you got 8 airplanes. This is gonna be really fun. Got 8. Well, what do you got? You know, Yak 130. Okay, good. Which one is that now? Is that the 70 millimeter, 90 millimeter? Which one you got? The 70. Okay, so that one's red, correct? Okay. All right. Next. What's next? The reason I said that is because they recolored that one later, and now it's green. Um, so, but I figured yours is old enough that it had to still be red. The new one's green, the 70 millimeter. Okay, and you got two Viper 90s. Are those the Horizon Hobby Viper 90s? Okay, so those are orange. Okay, all right, cool. Dancing on the danger line. What does that mean? You lost me, Mike. What does that mean? All right, what else you got? So that's four airplanes, right? Okay, the Act, the FMS, two Vipers, lyrics. Oh, two F-16 80 millimeters. Um, Thunderbird or the gray? Gray. Okay. All right. I have the Thunderbird one. I bought that one. That's actually before I bought this the decathlon. Well, you know what? I didn't buy that from Horizon. I bought that one off eBay. It was on sale cheap on eBay. It was only 349 or something. It's a plug and play version, so it didn't come with a motor, a fan unit or a motor, but or an ESC. But I have 80 millimeter stuff out of a out of a Avanti that I can pop in it, so I don't need the motor ESC. I'm gonna reuse my Avanti stuff in it. Maybe I might do something different. Okay, all right. So now we've got. So that's let's see. We got 2, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you have two yaks. Okay. All right. So you got two yaks, two Vipers, and two F-16s, and one Bayhawk. All right. We got one more airplane. What's the last one? Oh, a free wing F-35. Ooh. Okay. You got to put a you got to play. If you don't have one, you got to put a flight stabilizer in that. Have you flown any of them other than the Bayhawk? Yes, all except the yak. So neither one of the yaks, or you flew one and not one. Did you get all these on sale? Some great sale going on or something, or you just acquired them over time? No, money was burning a hole in your pocket. Yeah, I don't have that problem. I am very patient waiting for sales. I have to save money on this stuff. I could never afford everything I have at full price. I think I've only paid full price for one or two airplanes out of all the ones I have. I always buy them on sale, and usually deep on sale, $100 off. Now, if it's only 10 or 20 bucks, now I'll wait. Especially if Hobby King does it, because they go anywhere from $200 off to $20 off. You just never know what they're going to do. So the free wing F-35, did you put a flight stabilizer in it, and which one? I had that plane. Um, EQ, Eric, EQ sent it to me. It was a big mix-up deal. It was a bad deal, and I got in the middle of it to fix it. Okay, and how did that work out for you? All right, Wiggs. What plane are you epoxying a motor box on? Give us a before you run off. Yeah, I had about 20 flights and it crashed. Oh, was that were you shoving it back trying to get the CG better, or was that an accident? I'm looking at my analytics line here. It's telling me how many views I'm having and when. You know, we made it to 24 viewers at once, but at 10:30 it went all the way to zero. I don't know what happened at 10:30, but the whole thing went down to zero. I had nobody here. I don't remember us losing the connection here or anything, but that's what my analytics say. It said at 10:30 I had nobody in the room, but it's been staying in the 18 range. You know, it's been fluctuating around 18. We're at 19 right now, so that's been the average. 18 in the room, but it's gone up and down a little bit. Um, so this is new too. We didn't have this graph before. I like that. That's pretty cool. So how are all the rest of your jets doing, Dave? Are they all still flying? Good flying? What's going on? And what radio have you got in the Viper 90? Oh, that was a bind and fly. Yeah. So all the jet, and you like the Bayhawk the best, really? I'm surprised. What receiver have you got in the Bayhawk? Hey, Michael, what's up? How you doing, man? The Air 637T. So do you know how to reprogram these receivers to make them go the right way and everything in these airplanes you're putting them in? Do you fly around with the safe on them most of the time or off? Wow, that is a long day, Michael. Holy crap. What time is it where you are in the world? You only use safe when you're landing. Okay. 11:45. Oh, you're in my neck of the woods. All right. All right. Let's get back to unboxing this plane. My back feels better. Let me get back to this thing here. I don't think I'm gonna need the knife anymore. I don't think there's any more tape. Let's just make sure it's not broken. We're not gonna. We're gonna put this one right back in the box. I'm just checking it to make sure it's not broke. Especially since there's damage to the box. What's going on around here? Okay. All right. All right. So here's what it looks like in the box. Let me move my drink out of the way here. Kind of hard to see, but it's in a little plastic bag, and we've got something taped over here. I don't remember what this was. The other one I have, I built a long time ago. I don't remember how it was packaged. I think these are the elevator halves. Yeah. So all I'm checking for, Dan, I'm not going to take anything out of the bag or anything. I'm just checking to make sure that nothing's damaged. This all looks good. Yeah. It's got real hinges, not foam hinges. This has got um, real hinges on it. And here's what I was, let me show you here. Okay, so this So if you look in the middle of the wing here, I'll show you the air brake. Okay. So, and it's on a separate channel, so it doesn't have to come down with the flaps. You can mix them if you want, but it's on a separate channel. So if you look right there in the bag there, hang on, let me move this. Yeah, right there at the bottom there. You see those holes? So that's the air brake. So that comes down separately. You know, you can put the flaps down separately or that. So that's the air brake. And then it's got lights in the wingtips. Let me see if I can get that in the picture here. It's right there. You see through the bag there that you can see the light there in through the bag. So it's got a wingtip light there, one on each side. That's weird. There's no gold stripe on any part of the wing here. That's kind of odd. I don't remember it not having the gold on it. Kind of odd. Yeah, let me make sure. Let me look at this real close. Make sure I'm not missing something here. I hate looking at them through the bag, but I don't want to take it out of the bag. Yeah, it looks good. I don't see any real damage on it anywhere. Nothing. I've been so impressed. Yeah, I know you guys don't believe me, but I'm not. Listen, I'm not an influencer for Hobby King. I don't make any money or anything. They don't give me any privileges. I don't get nothing special. The packaging's been great. You know, even the last couple birds I bought from Horizon have been damaged coming out of the box, and FMS even my FMS planes have had, you know, compression damage on them coming out of the box, brand new. You know, which the only place it could have got compression damage is in the factory. You know, when they're building it. So but I never see that with this stuff from Hobby King anymore. They've really stepped up. They just don't, you know. Everything comes out perfect every time. I just never have problems with any of the Hobby King planes I buy anymore. And that Super Decano is the greatest thing I've ever bought. I mean, I love that airplane. So here's the gold around the cowl. See, so that doesn't look like a decal. And there's the replacement cowl. You know, the real one. No number on it. No gold on it. You know, it's you know, so what the hell am I supposed to do? This does not look like a decal on here. It'd been a bitch to put that on, you know, because the way it's got to round around the whole nose of the plane and go inside the cowl and everything. God, I don't know how the hell they would do that in a decal. So I'm really surprised. I'm disappointed. That doesn't make sense to me. I really thought that would come colored completely with the gold, and it didn't. So I really don't need that. I can put my other cowl on it. If I'm going to have to paint it anyway, what's the difference? So I'll probably put the other cowl on. Not this plane, the other one. The one I'm flying. I'll probably just go ahead and paint the other cowl and put it on. And I'll just have to get some gold paint and do the best I can. That's all. Yeah, this is perfect. No compression damage around this. If you guys remember when I unboxed the Corsair, right here where the tail, right in here there was compression damage here, like it got crushed, you know, squashed. Not this one. Perfect. This airplane's absolutely perfect. I don't see any compression damage, nothing anywhere. I'm telling you guys, the Hobby King has really stepped up. They really have. They used to be garbage, but man, they have come a long way. I stopped buying from them for like 5 years. I didn't buy anything from them. I'm surprised they stayed in business because I know when I stopped buying from them, everybody else did too. So I was really shocked that they made it through, and now they're doing good. They're doing great. So yeah, no damage. It looks perfect. Of course, you've got hardware and this mount. I forget what this mount was for. I think this is a mount for an FPV camera, if I remember right. And there's some wires and a spinner and all the clevises and stuff are in there. So that's all there. And yeah, that's it looks good. I don't see any issues here. Um, I think that won't last. There you go. Right back in the box. All right, so that'll do it for the unboxing. Everything looked good. No problems. Okay. All right, back. Sit down again. Where are my pills? I got this ibuprofen here. Yeah. Sometimes I'm surprised with Dynam though, because I'll tell you what I find fascinating about Dynam is they don't come in foam crates. Dynam, everything's in cardboard boxes, and but yet often they come undamaged. It's not a regular thing with Dynam planes. I've bought many a Dynam planes that were not damaged, and I'm surprised because, like I said, they just come in cardboard boxes, and neatly stacked inside the carton, but they're not in any kind of formed foam to hold it in place or anything like that. So I'm really surprised they don't come more damaged than they do. It's kind of weird that they don't. Um, so I was just reading Wiggs. It's an old pattern plane. Can't remember the name. He's old. Yeah, we all are. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's, you know, Juno, you're talking about the old Duraflight stuff. You know, the stuff they're putting out now is so much better. Banana Hobbies is good. I buy a lot of planes from Banana Hobbies. I have a lot of Banana Hobby Airs planes. I like their stuff, and the new company now is even better. These new owners are really, uh, they're doing a good job. They're getting with the factory and telling them now, hey, we've got a problem with this. You got to start doing that. You know, they're on top of it. So yeah, I don't have a problem with Banana. I like Banana. I buy a lot of planes from Banana Hobbies. Right, they've got a deal on right now. I think it's still on sale. That my L39, it's a 64 millimeter 6S, awesome little airplane. 199 for a full 6-channel jet. You know, flaps, all aluminum trailing arm retracts, lights, 6-channel, 6S, flies for 9 minutes, easy. Beautiful airplane. They have 3 color schemes. They got the Arctic camo. They've got the green and um, the two-tone green, the light green, dark green with the yellow wingtips and tip on the tail. That scheme, and then they've got this. They call it the Ballistic Bee, which apparently is a demonstration team. I don't know from where, and it comes in that color too. And awesome airplane. 199, a full 6-channel aluminum retract jet for 199 bucks. You can't find a deal that good anywhere. I don't care where you look. What do you mean a pilot tube, Michael? What do you David? What do you mean? What's a pilot tube? Roy, what's up? Yeah, I like a lot. I've got several Dynam planes I really like. I'm a, I like the fact that you have to do a little more work, but you save a lot of money. They're usually, pretty cheap. Dynam planes. I know they've bumped their prices a little bit, but um, and they're trying to get better. The last Dynam plane I got was the PT-17. The yellow Sturman. Beautiful airplane. The lights work, which they never. Dynam's lights never worked. They finally got a flight controller, light controller that works, and beautiful lights. Yeah, it's a beautiful airplane. Beautiful airplane, flies great, looks great. Very happy with that airplane. Um, so yeah, and I did a review for them. They sent me a free one. It's one of the few free planes I've ever gotten. As a matter of fact, other than getting um, Bobby Comida has given me a couple of airplanes over the time, and Ryan gave me a plane once. But as far as the manufacturer giving me the airplane, that's the only free airplane I've ever gotten from a manufacturer. And yeah, really loved it. So I did a whole workup on it, and then I did a photo shoot. And some of the pictures I took looked like a real airplane sitting in a field. And it was beautiful. Thoughts on the new FMS Stoll plane? Okay, I'll have to go look. I haven't seen the new FMS Stoll plane, so let me go see what we're looking at here. I have not seen that. It must be very new. So let's take a look. There's the head tracking system that somebody just brought up. Oh, they got their sale's still going on, guys. Last chance. They've got a bunch of airplanes on sale. So if you haven't gone to, well, I think they have some RC cars on sale too. So if you haven't, if there's an FMS plane you wanted or a car, go check them out because they had some pretty good deals going on some of their stuff. So you might want to go take a look. Go to FMS Direct. Don't go through Horizon or somebody else looking for MS. You got to go. It's fmshobby.com. So go straight to fmshobby.com and see what's and check out what they got on sale. I'm assuming it's the same sale that was a couple of weeks ago. I checked it out and there were a lot of good stuff on sale. I don't see this new STOL plane on FMS's website. So the P40, you can. This is the wing of the P40 right here. The P40 is still $100 off. No, it's actually $120 off. Oh no, $110 off. So the P40 is 110 off. The Mustang's 100 off, the 1450 size. So those are good deals. They got some other ones, $20 off here and there, $16, that kind of stuff. I'm looking for another big dollar sale. Oh, the Corsair is $120 off. So it's still on sale, 120 off for the Corsair. I bought that. The Mustang and what I don't see is the T28 on sale anymore. So they must have taken that off. So I bought the P40, the Mustang, or I'm sorry, the P40, the Corsair, and the T28, all on sale for these prices. 110 off, 120 off. I think the T28 was 90 off. I don't think it was quite 100. So basically, I saved $100 on each plane. So that was $310, $320, $310. Yeah, $310 I saved buying those 3 airplanes, which is a pretty good deal. That sale's still going on, except for the T28. I don't see it on sale here. They have the little one on sale, but not the 1400 size one. I don't see it here. So those are the only real worth mentioning. There's some other planes on sale, but they're $16, $18, $20. But yeah, go check it out. But those are great airplanes. I have all of them. I didn't have the P40. I don't know what that one flies like. It's sitting on the desk right here. I'm going to put it together tonight. That's the one plane I did not have, but I already had the Corsair and I already had the T28, so now I had 2 of them. So just too good a deal to pass. So I had to buy them. All right, let me get back. I don't see this STOL plane. Let me get back to chat here. What kind of plane was this STOL plane? What was it? Was it a high wing, low wing, a jet, vertical takeoff? What are we looking at? What kind of STOL airplane was this? Eben? Is that how you pronounce that? Eben? Yeah, I'm searching around on FMS site here. I don't see anything new. Let me do a search for stolen. See what we get. So what came up in the stole search was the Mall, the Super Cub, the Ranger, the Beaver, the bigger Super Cub, the 500 millimeter PA-18. I don't know what that is. It's a little cub looking thing. That's it. None of those are new. Well, that cub thing might be new. Yeah, that's new. The ready to fly $199 500 millimeter P. Is that the plane you're talking about? The 500 millimeter PA-18? Yeah, that does say new. It's funny though, they don't have that in their opening lines, like they're trying to push it. Yeah, it's not on sale either. That's $100. That's their regular price. Was that the one you were talking about? Yeah, Draco's a great stole plane for sure. That the 17's good too. Oh, they had the F-18 70 millimeter 100 off. Let me go look and see if they still do. It didn't show up in the search as an off, but let's. Sometimes they don't. Now they want to separate airplanes from jets, and I don't understand that because a jet's still an airplane. I don't know why we're separating that, but I've noticed them doing that now. That's how did we get there? That's not what I wanted. I was on FMS's site. How did we get there? Civil planes, RC, EDF jets. Okay, let's go here. There's the head tracking again. Um, wow. Well, that's odd. I don't know what happened here, but we're not getting. Oh, here they're loading. It's taking its time loading, but okay, here we go. I like the new scheme on the F-18. It's only on sale. Well, this is the 64 millimeter. I think they have a 70, don't they? Or an 80. Yeah, that one's only on sale, $20 off. The 64. Let's keep looking here. The 70 millimeter Avanti's on sale right now, 90 off, $90 off. That brings it down to $249. That's a nice little jet. I have that one. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty good price, $249. You know, that's not bad. Yeah, that's the only. No, there's the other one. Yeah, it's sold out. That's why it's not on sale anymore. The 70 millimeter F-18 sold out. So yeah, not available anymore. So they're not going to. I'm surprised because the the Avanti is a pre-order. They're out of stock, but they're still letting you buy it at the sale price. But the F-18 is not on sale anymore. But the Avanti is, and it didn't come up in the search before when I was looking for deals. So that's odd. Yeah, there's a few in here that are $20 off. That's all. Nothing to write home to mom about. I don't think. But the Avanti's a good deal. If you want an Avanti, $90 off. That's pretty good. Yeah, I really haven't. I did look the last week for some reason. You know what? Is David still in here? David Hamlin, Hamlin. I think it's Hamlin. It's not Hamilton. Are you still in here, David? Because he's the one that made me buy all those airplanes. He always tells me I make him buy airplanes, so I'm going to say the same thing. He's the one that contacted me and said, "Hey, you know, FMS has these airplanes on sale for $100 off. The T-28 and the P-40 and the Corsair. What are your thoughts?" My thoughts are great. I bought all three of them. So yeah, he's the one that brought me. He made me go look at airplanes because I hadn't looked at any airplanes in a while. So, but I did that. You know, it's David's fault. I'm gonna blame him. He's always blaming me because I keep making him buy airplanes. So, well, I guess Edmund didn't stick around. I don't know where he went, but he must have left. He's not following up on me. But um, oh, the turbo timber, the balsa, oh, you want the fiberglass? There's a turbo timber that's fiberglass. I thought it was wood. Yeah, I may be wrong. I thought it was a wood airplane. If it's what I'm thinking of. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. That's pricey. Christ, that thing was $900. That's just nuts. I get asked this a lot, guys. When people see something like that come out, and hey, what do you think of the new? Are you going to get one? You see it coming? Because I have 180 airplanes. Everybody thinks I buy everything that comes out, and I really don't. Um, but I do buy a lot of airplanes, but not lately. Yes, it's David's fault. Absolutely. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. What's his handles? Hobo or is that? Apparently, that's the model Harley he rides. I don't know anything about a Harley. Couldn't tell you, but apparently that's what that means. Yeah, yeah. It's his fault. Absolutely. He always blames me for making him spend money on. It's my fault when he buys planes. So it's his fault that I bought those three airplanes because I wouldn't have known anything about the sale. I would have never bought them. So I'm grateful though because I've always wanted this P-40 and I never got it. So I'm gonna put that together tonight. I'm gonna put the decathlon together tonight, and I'm gonna put the uh, the Corsair together tonight. just because they're laying all over. The Corsair wings are laying over here, and the stabilizer, and the Decathlon's up here, all over right there. The P40 is on the desk and on the floor, and the rest of the Corsairs upstairs in the box. So yeah, the airplanes are all over the place, and I gotta put them together so I can move them out of the way. Otherwise, I'm gonna be tripping over them. They're gonna get damaged. So yeah, so I'm gonna put them together. Get them put together so I don't break them. Because nothing pisses me off more than to damage a brand new airplane. It happens, you know. I try to be as careful as I can, and I still end up damaged. The one that pisses me off the most, and I know you've all done this, is when you're carrying the plane and you've got the tail out in front of you so you can see where you're steering it to make sure you don't run it into a column or a post or the door frame or something. And then you do it anyway. You run it right into a damn door frame, and you usually knock the rudder off of it. If it's these rudders, it'll pop right back on. But if it's a foam hinge, you just rip the hinge right off, and now you got to go fix it. And yeah, I can't even begin to tell you how many times I've done that. My defense, I've been doing this for 52 years, so I've got plenty of time at it. But still, I hate it when I do it. It really, really, really pisses me off when I damage a brand new airplane, and because of that reason. That's why I built this room on the ground floor so I don't have to go down steps with an airplane. And I put a 6-foot wide French door, 2 3-foot doors that I can open both doors and carry an airplane out through the doors without running it into anything. So that's exactly why this room is designed the way I did, is exactly why. I wanted to make sure that I could go right out the door here, open both doors, and carry an airplane right out into the garage without anything in my way. And I got a 12-foot overhead door that I'll have open, and I can carry it right out, the doors, and then the only thing I have to worry about is getting it in the trailer or in the back of the truck without damaging it there. Exactly. They are all my babies. I care for them. I love them all. It makes me cry. I literally, when I fuck one up like that, I get so mad at myself that I damaged my baby. It really upsets me. It really does. I love these airplanes so much. You guys have no idea. Not you, David. David Hamlin. Not you. You're not the reason I bought airplanes. No, David Hamlin. He's always ragging on me that I make him spend money. He's kidding. He always puts the funny, laughy, smiley face on. But he's always, ragging on me that I make him, he hates watching my show because I make him spend money, and he's kidding. I know he's kidding. He knows I'm kidding. But yeah, it's just funny that, he always says I'm the reason he buys all these airplanes. So I'm going to blame him for buying these airplanes because he's the one that told me to buy them. So, So anyway, how does that go? What goes around comes around, So, all right, that glue is not. It is moving. All right, so it's still good. So tomorrow, if I get that glue hot enough, not so hot that it kicks off, but I can glue the trophies together. I'm going flying tomorrow. That's probably not going to happen tomorrow. So. Yep. Broke the rudder right off. Yep, I know. It happens all the time. I buy Dubro hinges in bulk because I have to because I never, I don't tape a hinge back together and that bullshit. If it's a foam hinge and I rip it off, I take all the foam off, I smooth it all out, on both the wing and the aileron or rudder or whatever, and then I take a hobby knife and I cut slots, and I put a real Dubro nylon hinge, 2 or 3, depending on the size of the the control surface, to fix it, and I fix it right, and it's better than it ever was, because it's got a much stronger, hinge on it. But I shouldn't have to fix it, if I hadn't run it right into the post, you know. And I'm never in a hurry. I'm trying to be as careful as I can. It just, it's like there's a goddamn magnet in that post that cracks foam, and So I try to be so careful with this stuff, and I finally figured out it's driving me nuts. It was really making me mad. Um, I have that beautiful plane rack in my trailer, and all the planes fit in the rack really nice, and none of them rub each other, and they all sit and they're so beautiful. And then I'll get to the flying field, and 3 of them fell out of the rack, and they're on top of each other. And I'm like, what the hell? Why did that just happen? And and then the next time, no, and then the next time they're out of the rack again, and I couldn't figure out for the life of me what was causing that, and I finally figured it out. So what happens when I'm pulling the trailer? If I go over, I think I can go 60. I think that's the maximum. So I usually try to keep it under 60, like 58, 59. But if I go over 60, the trailer will start to do that little shimmy. And if it gets shimmying pretty good, it just flings the airplanes out of the rack. Once the plane rack starts doing this, and the rack flexes, so it starts exaggerating the shimmy, and the next thing you know, the airplanes are coming out of the rack, and that's what was doing it. Because I slowed down now, and I haven't had a plane come out of the rack ever since. So I finally figured it out. That was causing my airplanes to fall out of the rack, was the shimmy. Because I'd go too fast, and the trailer would start to do that shimmy. So now I just go slower, and I'm fine. No more damaged airplanes, which makes me very happy. It's the funny thing is, they never really seem to get damaged when they fall on top of each other in the trailer. I don't know why. But I pick them up and I look them all over, and I'm like, there's nothing wrong with it. And I'm like, well, how did that happen? How did it fall on the plane below it and not damage it? And and they're usually not damaged. So how does it go? It's all right. This feeds live on YouTube, and you can rewind it, Fred. So just back it up, and you can watch it again and again. You can watch it as many times as you want. And it's all free. So knock yourself out. There's Dave. There he is. I was just talking about how you made me buy all these airplanes. No, I didn't buy one of those. Um, that's the World War I airplane, isn't it? The little biplane. Yeah, I just told him that, Fred. I beat you to it. Ah. Murphy's Law. Absolutely. I hate that Murphy guy. Doug, I absolutely hate that Murphy guy. Oh my God, I hate that guy. Yeah. That son of a bitch has cost me more shit. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely hate that guy. Yeah, I'm not a fan of World War I airplanes. Just they just don't appeal to me. Um, oh, Jeff did a video on the SE5, and that made you buy it, really? Welcome to the show, Doug. I guess this is your first time here, so yeah, welcome. Glad you're here. So we covered a lot of ground tonight. A lot of the new. I don't know if you're a Horizon Hobbies buyer, but their new full throttle program is garbage. Really upset about that. I probably won't spend any money at Horizon anymore. Um, I was an elite member, and they automatically made me without my consent, upgraded me to the new uh, full throttle program. Uh, what size is that a UMX, that SC5A, or is that what size is that damn thing? 900 millimeter. Yeah, so that's like a UMX. Yeah, I am not a UMX fan. I have them. I do buy them occasionally, but not a fan of the UMX planes. Not from Horizon. Now the Hobby King one, like the mini uh, Tundra. Oh man, that plane's awesome. I got two of those. Love that airplane. That's a great little airplane. It's way more rugged. It has real hinges on all the control surfaces. No little tapes. It's just well built. Way better built than the Horizon UMX stuff. And that's what I hate about the Horizon stuff. It doesn't last. If you fly it, you're going to wear it out in a year. You'll be retaping all the surfaces or whatever. I yeah, yeah. So Hobby King had some price increases over the tariffs, I guess. So all their prices went up, but then they put a bunch of stuff back on sale. So that took care of the tariff. You know, they went on sale cheaper than the tariff price. So obviously the tariff didn't hurt them that bad. Um, but yeah, I mean, I like the Horizon Hobbies. I have, God, I don't even want to tell you how many UMX planes I have. I've got two Turbo Timber Evolution UMXs. I have one Timber UMX. I have two F-27 UMX. I have the biplane, the Waco, the yellow one. I have one of those. I have a bunch more. Let me think. Um, God, I can't think what else I have. I know I have a bunch more. I'll have to go to Horizon's website and look. Well, hell, they discontinued most of the ones I have anyway. Um, so I probably won't find them anyway. Uh, oh, I have the glider, the Crescendo UMX. Um, I have I had the Voodoo, but I bought it used and I've never flown it. It was dead. Two of the servos are dead in it. The guy scammed me at Bigfoot. He sold it to me for $100, and I didn't test it. Got back to Florida and plugged it in, and he gave me two batteries that went with it that don't even fit in the airplane. So I really got hosed on that one. Well, honestly, I didn't get hosed. Barbara did. She bought those for me, and of course, she doesn't know anything how to test it or anything. She wouldn't have known. So I do love my Crescendo UMX, but again, one of the ailerons, the tapes came off, and so I fixed it with purple painter's tape, which looks like ass, but I was at the field and that's the only thing I had. Um, the other thing I don't like about these are they don't, they have those linear servos, which are a pain in the ass. I hate those. The UMX from Hobby King has real regular servos in them. I don't know what gram they are. They're a little tiny, but they're a regular servo, not a linear servo. Real hinges, not tape hinges. It's just a much better airplane, and it looks very similar to the Timber, the UMX, not the Turbo Timber, but the regular Timber. And yeah, I love that little airplane. So yeah, I'm just not a big fan of the UMX planes from Horizon. They're just too fragile. They're too delicate, you know. And if, like I said, if you fly them a lot, you got to fix them. And once you have to replace a board because one of the servos that's on the board went bad, there's the price of a new airplane. You know, I'm looking at a board right now. It has two servos on it, and it's $75. Well, usually you can buy the airplane on sale for $75 or something close to that. So if that goes bad, it just doesn't make sense to buy the board for another $20. You can have a whole new airplane. So yeah, I'm just not a fan of this stuff at all. But even when I say that, I still buy them. So yeah, I'm a hypocrite. I admit it. I have a problem. Hi, my name's Kenny, and I have a UMX airplane problem. Um, uh-oh. I don't know what happened there. I hope I'm still live. I accidentally knocked myself out of studio. Yeah, it says I'm still here. Okay. I don't know how that happened. That was weird. But yeah, yeah. So I can't. I know I have more UMX planes, but I don't know what they are at the moment. Um, oh, I've got the. I just thought a couple more. I have the old Cub UMX. I have the Beast, that little biplane UMX. I have that. I have Spitfire UMX. I have that. I told you I had a whole bunch more of those. I just can't remember them all. Um, I have three of the Mustangs. Just remembered that. I bought three of the Mustangs. So I have three of those. Um, what else? So for a guy that hates UMX airplanes, I have an awful lot of them. But they've also come out with a lot of new planes a lot over the years, and I haven't bought any of them. Like the Jet. I didn't buy the damn Jet. Not the the what it was it, the Vision Jet or something? No, it wasn't the Vision. What did they call that damn jet? Um, Looked like a business jet. I forget what that was. Yeah, I didn't buy that. Um, yeah, I haven't bought a T-28 UMX. I have a real problem with planes that don't, that are supposed to have retracts and don't have them. So that really pisses me off. That you have to pull, and it doesn't have to be a UMX. I don't care what size it is. If it's a jet, and it's got to have retracts, and if it doesn't, and I have to pull the landing gear off and hand throw it, I'm just not into that. Don't care. Well, honestly, I'll be honest with you guys. I used to have a hobby shop, And the biggest guy that put me out of business was Horizon. And I was a Horizon customer. I would buy my product from Horizon. I bought a lot of product from Horizon. There were a lot of companies. Minnesota Hobby Supply I bought from. There was a company down in Miami, Florida called Pan Am. Not related to the. I don't think it was related to the air carrier. I used to buy from them, and I had a lot of uh, retailers or wholesalers I bought from, but Horizon was probably my biggest. And when they're selling the car at $100 off, like for instance an RC10, you know, I think retail on it was $289 back in the day, and nobody sold it for retail. No, well, I should say nobody bought it at retail. It generally was $100 under that, $189. And then everybody would walk into my store with a Tower Hobbies catalog. Can you meet this price? And I'm like, dude, I can't even buy it for that price because Tower would be selling it under my cost. And this is before Tower was affiliated with Horizon. Okay, they merged way after my hobby shop went out of business. But Tower was killing me. And then Horizon's selling to you directly and mailing it to your house, so you don't even have to drive to my store. So how was I supposed to compete with that? I mean, the only thing I offered that made my stay in business as long as I was in business for 20 some years is I offered services that they couldn't provide. I can build you the car. I can teach you how to fix the car. I had a work table in my store that you were welcome to come in and use the tools and sit down and work on your car right there and ask me questions. And I would build stuff for you, build battery packs for you. I did everything. I was a full service hobby store. So, and that's the only reason I stayed in business, because I took care of my customers. And back then I had customers that appreciated that. But today, no, guys come into the hobby shop and they're not even like secretive about it. They come in and ask you a bunch of questions, and then they tell you they're going to go home and order it online because it's cheaper. So a guy comes in and pounds me for an hour. Hey, what do you think of this plane or this car or whatever? And and what mods would you do to it? And what do you think? And blah blah blah. And okay, well, man, thanks for all the information. I'm gonna go home right now and order it online. Okay, have a nice day. Yeah. So what are you gonna do? I mean, So I finally had to quit. What are you gonna do? The only thing I made money on was the parts. And the only way to make money on the parts is you got to have a racetrack. So I have thought about reopening my store right here on my property because I have room to put a racetrack out here. So I could put a dirt oval or a dirt road course or both. Have one inside the other. A off-road track and run races here, and put one of those business trailers. A trailer that a commercial trailer like you'd sell out of it and turn it into a hobby shop, and sell out of it, and have races right there on the property, and have people come out, and I wouldn't. The biggest mistake they make is charging people to come out and drive on the track. During the week, come out and practice, and they charge them by the hour. That is the stupidest thing you could possibly do. You want them to come out. You want them to bring their friends. You want them to have mock races out there. You want that track running 24/7. So when they break apart, they come in and buy it, or they battery pack. I'm running out of batteries. I can't charge them fast enough. I need another charger. Can I buy a charger? That's where you make your money, not renting time on the track. You want them out there playing and needing parts and needing new tires and needing another battery because the three they're using already are going by because they're having too much fun and they don't want to stop. So they're going to come in and that's what they're going to come in and buy. And you're going to make a fortune and selling batteries, chargers, and every part they break, and tires, because they're going to wear tires out. And that's where you make your money. So you don't charge them to come out and play on the track. That's free. If the track is sitting out there empty, what money is it making me? once a night, once a week I have a race out there. Big deal. I'd rather have people playing on it every day and breaking shit than having races. I don't even have to work. They go out, they play, they break their car, they come in and I sell them parts. On race night, I got to go out and work. So yeah, I'd way rather have them just come and play. So that's on the back burner. Once the garage is done and everything else, the new trailer's in, the garage is finished, all that, then I may go back to that. That might be my retirement job, is to have a crawler course, an off-road course, and an oval, and have people come play on it constantly, and see how that goes. Yeah, basically a vendor trailer. Yeah. So as long as I don't take the wheels off of it, it's not a structure. I can park a trailer out there all day long as long as the wheels are still on it. It doesn't matter what's in the trailer. If it's even if it's a mini home, as long as the wheels are on it and it's not hooked to a septic system, it's legal. I can have it here and do whatever I want with it. As soon as I hook it to a septic system, now it's no longer a portable, usable trailer. It's a home, and that's not allowed. So, but yeah, if I have a vendor trailer out there to sell parts, and yep, that's totally legal. I could do that. And driver stand, same thing. As long as the driver stand is on wheels, it's not a structure. So, it's portable. So I don't have to pay taxes or have a building permit. So if I put a driver stand out there, it'll be a flatbed car trailer that I'll build a driver stand on top of and just let it sit there on the wheels. I'll put jack stands on there, all the corners, make sure it's, not going to get wiggly, fall down or anything. And yeah, that's how I get around that. So all of that's very feasible. So in the works, it's already, rolling around in my head. Am I going to implement it or not? I don't know. We'll find out. Got to get all this done first. I got too many pokers in the fire now. I can't start another project right now. I got way too many already on the front line. So I got to get this finished first. So I'm going to spend a couple hours tonight that I should be working on this. Instead, I'm going to build airplanes. That's really not in the cards, but I got to do it anyway. So I got to build these airplanes. I got to get them off the table, off the floor, off the whatever. So that's what I'm going to do tonight. Yeah. Thank you, Roy. I have a UMX A10. Yeah, I have one of those too. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I thought I brought that. I thought that was on the shelf back here. Is that on the shelf? I don't see it. But yeah, I have one of those too. Bought it used, was flying it. Finally figured out the secret to flying it. You got to move the battery way back and to get that to fly right. But once I did that, I got it flying really good. And then I broke something. It was already broke. He repaired it, and then it broke again. I think it was the nose. So I bought a new fuselage for it. And I trained it all over. Of course, the new fuselage was blue and white, or blue and gray, and the old one was beige and gray. But I didn't care. Who cares? And I converted it all over, got it all hooked up and everything. And when I went to fly it, the elevator servo on the board was bad. So done. Not fixing it. So now it's just going to be wall art. I'll hang it on the wall in the apartment or something. I'm not going to fix it. It'd be, it's and this is why I like the Hobby King one, guys. I'm sorry, but if the servo goes bad on the Hobby King, it's a real servo. It's a little tiny. It's probably a $2 or $3 servo that I can just take out of the plane, 2 screws, put the new one in, 2 screws, plug it in, fixed. You know, on the UMX plane from Horizon, I got to buy that whole damn board for $80 to fix that one servo. I'm not going to do it. We're stupid. They are a lot of fun, though. I got to tell you. You know, I love flying my turbo timbers. Or we have a ton of fun flying those, and my little Waco biplane is really nice. I fly that. That gets fun. Um, I used to fly the Mustang, and it's the reason I say I used to is because I always flew it with the gear off and belly landed it, and I just got tired of that. You know, they have those little covers to protect the. See, what they don't do, what they need to do with those planes is put the control surface on the top of the wing. Yes, it's not going to look as cool and good and everything, but they're not going to get the little covers aren't going to get ripped off, and the servos aren't going to get damaged when they get caught snagged on a piece of grass or whatever. You know, and that's the problem with those. You know, and if you're going to fly it with the gear, you have to land that on a hard surface. You can't land a UMX airplane. Well, you can't land a Mustang or tail any kind of. You know, it's funny the timbers because they have big wheels on them will fly off the grass okay, and because I fly those off my field with no problem, and even the Waco flies off the grass, but the Mustang wouldn't. Wheels were too small. The Spitfire, no. The A-10, no. I had to throw the A-10. Um, the Cub and the Beast are still in the box because both of those were given to me because they needed servos. They needed linear servos, and they wouldn't pay to put them in either. So, but yeah, I could fill one of those shelves that whole shelf unit back there with UMX airplanes. You know, I got plenty of them. But yeah, I don't buy a lot of them, and I only buy them when they're on sale. I'm not paying full price for one of those. Like the turbo timber evolution UMX was on sale for $89, so I bought two of them. They're normally like 169, I think. So yeah, at $89, okay. You know, I'll buy it for that. Of course, I already knocked the rudders knocked off the one upstairs already. I gotta put a hinge on that one. The rudder's already knocked off one of the evolutions. I think the other one. I don't think I've flown the other one. I think it's still in the box. I was going to get it out of the box and fly it, but I don't think I did. But yeah. Anyway, so all right, guys. I think I'm going to call it because I got some airplanes to build. I got to go to the bathroom, and I could come out, you know, go to the bathroom and come back out, but you know, I need to get busy. I'm going flying tomorrow. I got to go get a radio out of the trailer and put it on charge. So I think I'm going to call it. But thanks for coming, guys. I'm glad you made it. It's been a lot of fun again. I love doing these shows with you guys. You know, you guys are fun. I love all the jokey comments. They're funny. I never take anything personal, guys. Um, I just you know guys are too much fun to hang around with. So you know, I don't get mad. I don't get upset. It's not worth it. You know, I got a thick skin, so go make all the jokes you want. And Fred's probably the leader of that bunch. So, but yeah. So I'm gonna call it so I can get these airplanes built, get that radio in charge, and we'll catch you guys next week sometime. I don't know if you know. I forget why I did the show the other night, or was I just in the Zoom? I can't keep track. But I'm going to try to be here again Saturday. Now next Saturday's game night at the church. Yeah, I probably won't do one next Saturday. Because when I come late, you guys don't seem to want to be here. You guys come late, and that's okay. But if I come late, you've already decided that I'm not going to do a show tonight, and you've gone on to something else. So if I'm not here by early, then you guys don't show up. It just seems that way anyway. So yeah, so I probably won't do a show next week. We'll see. But yeah, the church game night next week, so I know I'll be there till at least 9. By the time I get home and get set up, it'd be at the very earliest. I won't be on until 9:30, and it could be approaching 10, because sometimes we play an extra game and get later. So sometimes I don't get out of the old 9:30, 9:40. So yeah, so it'll be at least after 9. Probably no later than 10. I don't think I'd be at church that late. So if I do a show next week, don't give up at 9 o'clock, because I'm going to be late. I'm going to already tell you that I'm going to be late, but I might make it. So yeah, I know you guys on the West Coast. It's still really early for you guys. So yeah, but I think you do the same thing, Roy. At 6:30, you come on and I'm not on, and you go find something else to do. You don't stick around to see if I'm going to come on. You just, Kenny's not doing a show tonight, and then you go work on a car or something. At least that's how it seems at my end. I don't know for certain that's what happens, but it seems like that's what happens. So yeah, I know it's only 10 there now, but it's 1 o'clock here, isn't it? Yeah, it's 1 o'clock here. But all right. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Thanks for coming, though. Appreciate all you guys, and we'll see you next week. All right. So have a good night, and we'll talk to you later. All right, I'm gonna shut this thing down. Here we go.